You try to bring me down, but I keep rising. You aren't ready for this fight. I know I will burn your dreams to ashes. I fought my way up from the bottom before. I'm not afraid to climb again. I rise every time. You try to bring me down, but I keep rising. You aren't ready for this fight. I know I will burn your dreams to ashes like a phoenix. Oh, I will I love the way you look at me. When I'm with you, the world fades away. When you smile at me, I just can't breathe anymore. Feel like I'm falling into your bliss. Your love, it sets me free. Dancing in a crowded room. Your body pressed to mine. I wanna drown in the feel of your lips, be devoured by your eyes. When you smile at me,
everyone, and welcome to Behind the Veil Halloween edition. Spooky music, spooky music, spooky music. I am your GM. Hello, my name is Deadpool. No, that's not right. But I wish I was, honestly, really do. Hello, it's Eric in costume. Boom!
What?
Your GM extraordinaire, the hostess with the mostess. And today, on Behind the Veil, our story today is What Could Go Wrong? Episode 4. Part 4. Part 4 of Episode 1. And our adventurers for today, we have with us the spooky, the scary Caius, who can unlock any lock so you can't hide anywhere. Oh my god, he's gonna find you wherever you are. He's gonna find you. And then we have the creepy crawly Tuur, who can transform into spiders. And then I don't know, maybe he can command spiders, and then he'll start a horde army of spiders just, there's arachnophobia there for you. Oh, God. Right? Turn into a spider, speak to spiders. Koi's like, hold on a second. It writes itself. And then we have the enigmatic, the really, really, really gets into your head. Like, they know what you want because they're telling you what you want in a really creepy, godlike kind of way. We have Rembrandt, played by Chase. And then last but not least, we have the one, the only, shaven horns and everything, our own little hell girl, Maeve! Right? Because, Hellboy shaves down his horns, right? And Maeve has shaved down her horns, right? Played by Annie, Coy, Neil, and Chase. Are you ready for episode 4? Potentially our last jump into this episode. No, part 4 of episode 1. Excellent. All right, so a recap. Quick. I can say quick one more time, it won't be that fast. One more quick recap about where our heroes are at this moment. They are in Lembara. They found their way there using their wonderful and extremely intelligent horses. And in our last episode, a lot of preparation, a lot of info gathering. Caius was able to prepare their horses for a potential quick getaway, trying to find the closest of these mysterious towers. These mysterious towers with a obsidian roof and black metal door. Found one that was close to a stables, close to a doorway, and also a quick way out in case a quick exit. My lexicon today is very small. It's all quick. In case post haste they must vacate the premises. There we go. My thesaurus brain is kicking in. We have Maeve, who did a little bit of fact finding, talking to a local bartender, asking all the important questions about the Sisters of Mander. Who are they? What are they? Where are they from? Who is their leader? And found out some really creepy, almost the same guy kind of thing. It's really, really weird. They were like carbon copy almost, and it was kind of creepy. Going with the theme of Halloween. Kind of creepy how much of a carbon copy this other leader is, except for the fact that Maeve remembers Krell? Was it Krell? It was Krell. Maeve remembers Krell as humanoid, but around these parts he's looking a little Yuan-Ti-ish, and so things are not adding up. We have Tuur, who did some sneaky stealthy sneaking around as our little spider, and was able to find the location of the explosive device, or what he thinks is the explosive device, since a lot of people were really, really, really scared of being really cautious around this thing, especially with it bumping around and jostling and whatnot. in an underground labyrinth of tunnels, and was able to. And I must say, my hat off to you, Koi. A very interesting way of making sure that that door stays open. Just a recap for anybody who missed it. As a little spider, tiny spider, Koi went inside the lock of this metal door, and being a barbarian, raged. So that in that, moment of raginess, was immune to all damage, and then decided to regrow back to regular size. And of course, the door could not hold up, and it just exploded off of its hinges, and scared a couple of locals, and did the classic, like, yeah, pump and iron kind of rage face, and screaming, and then took off once his rage subsided. Our group has all come back together in the same room where Rembrandt has been speaking the good word, telling everybody about Ow. And before we left, the final last thing, growing a crowd as he did so, and also growing crowd from some Wanty soldiers who were just kind of like keeping an eye on the group and keeping an eye on him. And the very last thing we did at the end of last session was that Rembrandt searched out into one of these Wanty's mines, a very big Wanty abomination, and managed to enthrall this Wanty. And so now this Wanty is basically at Rembrandt's beck and call for the time being, and we'll see how he decides to use his new soldier in this session. See how he can use him for good, perhaps? Question mark. It's always a question mark, right? Always a question mark. All right, awesome. So everybody finds themselves back in the room, and where Rembrandt is finishing up his sermon. Rembrandt, would you like to finish with a good word before you decide to part and recollect with your friends? Well, friends, counterparts, workmates.
Yeah. Counterparts, comrades, co-workers. Rembrandt, has just finishing using suggestion to kind of, with his awakened mind ability, to get into the head of this Wanty subtly. Turns back with a slight, ever so slight grin on his face, turns back to the crowd, and finishes addressing them. Now, all of you, you're here for a higher purpose. It's greater than you. It's greater than me. I hope that when you are called to serve, you'll remember that when you do serve, it's not for any man, any mere god, but the God above all others. Go. In peace.
Yes, wise words. Excellent. And everyone, some people are not unsure what to do. Some people begin a slow clap. Other people are like, no, you don't clap at these things. You just reflect. Some people are just like full on standing up and just applauding. Other people are a little suspicious, they not suspicious. They're a little apprehensive, and they're kind of like, okay, all right, and they walk away. But the crowd slowly disperses. The Wanty are all just standing there, keeping an eye on the crowd, keeping an eye on you there, Rembrandt. But some of them start to notice that the crowd is dissipating a lot, so they're leaving. But about half of them are still sticking around. Of course, the one that you've enthralled is one of those that is sticking around. So you have about like 4-ish. We'll say four, because it was almost 10 last time. So we'll say 4 stick around. One of them being you're enthralled.
And I guess everyone's now coming to join me in this area?
Correct. Everyone has now joined you in the area.
You're back. You missed the best part.
Made some
Yeah,
friends.
the closing sounded pretty good there.
Thank you.
There are some people still paying a little bit of close attention to us, so maybe we want to try and get out of here. First tour.
Sure.
Jor is like, let me just try. I guess would it be like a deception check to try to stay like act natural
Yeah, let's
or
do it.
performance?
Let's do it.
Would it
Performance,
be- what would
performance,
it be?
performance to
I'm
act
gonna
all
do a
natural.
performance
Yeah.
check here. Yeah. Nice. Rolled a 7. Wait, with disadvantage.
Oh, because you're wearing
I-
your armor? Maybe?
Oh my god, because I'm wearing my armor?
Are you wearing your
Yes.
armor?
Oh, no,
I'm
you're not.
carrying your armor right now.
Yeah, that's right.
I thought
Yeah, I
you were
don't have it.
naked.
No, I definitely don't have it. I definitely don't have my armor. Okay, if it's not disadvantage, the first roll was a 18, so a 19.
You're great. You're good. You're good. You're great.
Okay.
Yeah,
Cool.
you're like
walk
it's
in.
yeah. Hey, bros, what's happening?
Yeah, aye, sounds like a gay, aye. Well, we could stick around for the meeting that we had said we were attending, or we could go actually deal with the bomb, which I found.
Oh shit, you did?
You found the bomb?
Aye,
Maybe we use a code word. You found the thing.
right? Found the thing.
The thing.
Let's
How
go
do you-
get the thing.
Maybe, yeah, maybe we should just not ask questions and go.
I'm good with that. Here, do you want your armor too, or?
Oh, grand, yes, aye. Spend a minute, I think, putting on. I think it takes a minute to don. But I could be like hopping as I'm trying to catch it if we're trying to run somewhere.
Speaking of the thing, how exactly do we get to the thing? Is it easily accessible?
Oh,
Is it
aye.
not?
Aye, I left the door open. It's just underground.
Ah,
Oh wait, is it under one of those guard tower things?
Aye. Aye. Well, down and then across and... Well, I could show you the way.
Oh,
But wouldn't someone
great.
have noticed that?
I don't think they're going to want us just walking through. Granted, an open door. I assume there will be people inside, watching the thing.
Aye, there were a room of guards down in the tunnels, and then in the room with the thing, there were a few more guards. But I sort of figured that that was kind of the purpose of this whole thing anyways. Sorry,
Right.
I'm always a bit more combat oriented, at least through my training.
What, if you don't mind, did these guards look like? Were they all one T? Were they of different races? Do you recall?
Aye, the guards in the room were 1T, aye. I forget, Eric, actually, if there were any non-1T in the room with the bomb.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this was last week, so I'll just give it to you. Yeah. So you don't have to roll for it.
Sure.
So in when that first room that you went into, it was 1T soldiers, right? There was some 1T abominations and some 1T what's the other one again? Malison, right? So some that were snake bodies, some of them were bipedal. And but then when you kept going, when you went into the other room, you did see some Wanti Abomination and Malisons. They were the ones who were like propping up, and those are the ones who like came in and were like shoved a carpenter horse under where the big giant, what we're calling the thing, had sunk on the one side, right? In the room, you do remember seeing a couple of Wanti, the purebred ones, the purebloods, yeah, the Wanti. I was like, flip my page faster. You saw a couple of Wanti purebloods, but you also saw a couple of other races, a couple of smaller, shorter that you could assume were probably like halflings or gnomes. You did see a couple that were humanoid. You didn't really get a really good chance to look at them, but you saw other humanoids of different heights and whatnot, right? So it wasn't just Wan Ti in the room with the thing.
With the thing. Cool. So I'll relay that, like how
Okay.
I saw them. It could be anything really. I would stake my beard. Well, I mean, I don't think they were dwarves. I'll put it that way. Now, personally, this is where I would just go in and do the thing. But I seem to be working with a lot of different expertise, so I do want to offer to you just the option of we can go in or we can wait. I'm not quite sure what would most facilitate the expertise in this group.
Well, ideas.
Thank you. I would like to avoid the meeting as much as possible because I learned some stuff that's not too great. There might be somebody that I'll recognize, but who will also recognize me. So there's a chance we'll get made if we go to the meeting. So I am all for just going to do the thing right away.
All right. Rembrandt, you
And
see
our
with the-
elvish friend.
Oh, I am good with guns blazing.
what's a gun?
You ever seen one of those?
No,
High-powered
no.
crossbow.
We got them in the Undercity all the time.
Yeah,
Oh,
you're like these
you'll have
things
to
that you-
show me after this.
Hey.
I like how it sounds. A gun.
Here's a. I've a pitch
Steampunk world.
for everyone.
Aye, Rembrandt, yes.
Yes.
So, our tiefling friend doesn't want to be seen, or recognized. Our elvish friend would love to, kill everyone, and Tuor, you're good one way or the other.
I prefer not blowing up.
Good plan. How about this? We bring, the two of you along with myself and a newfound friend to apprehend the bomb. And should we need Maeve's assistance, we can call on her. And we try and get the bomb sneakily. And once again, if anything should go awry, we have some additional friends who could possibly help us as well.
Aye.
How does that
It
sound?
is rather large. I'm not sure if
Oh.
we could lift
Like
it
carryable or no?
ourselves.
And I kind of wave over my new 1T follower.
Of course. He just lumberingly slithers over, and is like, "Yes."
You are called to serve.
I
Oh
am,
no.
I am here to serve the great owl.
And so you shall.
Excellent.
My friend, we have a very delicate task before us. You see, there is a device underground which the one true God needs us to remove for other designs. Designs that are more important than your mortal masters. I understand this is conflicting with your set of values, your training, your place in the society, but once again, it is for greater good. If you could assist us, we would greatly appreciate it. Quietly.
Yes, of course, master. Anything you require.
Will he suffice?
You have a 7-foot tall.
Yeah.
You have a 7-foot tall Wanti wearing Abomination. So the one that has the tail, the red leather armor, the silver patches here and there of silver parts like pauldron and the random bits of chainmail poking through. with a sword behind its back, rather large. It looks like it's probably a 3 or perhaps 4 foot long blade. It's kind of hard to tell. It's a very long sword, and holding
Okay.
one of those nasty looking spears that I mentioned in our previous session, standing in front of you. Probably should have described that as he was walking over. Or slithering over. I apologize.
I can't remember. I would have to. You'd have to either tell me or I'd have to roll. In terms of like how heavy I think Tour thinks this object was, because I saw them. I saw like a few people like lifting a piece of it for the for like the horse.
Yeah,
But-
yeah. There were
Yeah.
in so it was supported by other like tables and other things and horses and whatnot on the other 3 corners, if you will. But the one corner was being propped up by 2 1T, the soldier types who were rather big, and it looks like they were straining to keep it up.
That sounds like our new friend might possibly be able to help us drag it. But I saw 2 of these 1T soldiers just struggling over the corner.
But are we destroying the bomb, or are we bringing it with us? Because if we're bringing it with us, then we have to figure out how to get out of the city with it without being
Unless
seen.
you want to destroy the city, I think we need to bring it with us.
I would rather we don't do genocide as like first option. I think maybe what we do is we go in with this guy saying that, hey, we're new recruits. We just went to the early meeting. We're in, and
We're
then
ready to
he's going to
start.
take us down there. Exactly. And then, Maeve, you've seen one of these bombs before. So, is there like a piece or something that we can take out that makes it not work? Like, I don't think we need to take the whole thing, right?
I have to defer to the DM. Would this be like one of the same bombs I would have worked with?
You the bombs that you worked with, because your group was more of like
Gorilla?
guerrilla style, exactly, like as far as you knew, like you had safe houses, but they weren't like fancy, right? They were just places that you actually had like a roof over your head, sort of thing, and you had places that you can hang out. The bombs that you were given were as far as you know, like simple, like you just knew that this box that was given to you was gonna go boom, essentially, and you had to make sure that you and your team, because you had a small team of sorts, had to get to your like prescribed location in time before.
And these would be like bombs that we could transport.
Yeah,
with
yeah,
us.
like yeah, exactly. Like your group was very much guerrilla style type
Yeah.
radicalism or terrorism, if you will, right? You did like the whole knack with your group was that you were all you were people who could just blend into the crowd in the
Okay,
areas that you
so-
were in. So
Okay.
what you carried was something small that you could easily carry in your arms, like, or in a bag.
Okay, so guys, I don't think this is the same type of bomb. It's the ones that we were given. We just carried it in our hands. They were small enough that we could transport them. So it doesn't sound like it's the same type.
Well,
There
I'm
might be
sure it
similarities.
chose you for a purpose. So possibly once you see it, you might recognize something, or you seem to be the bomb expert, as it were.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe if I see it, they're pretty simple. So I'm willing to, take a look.
All right.
Okay, so our Wanty friend leads us in. We get Maeve to get a look at the bomb. And if need be, we throw down.
Aye.
Good.
If I
Any
was
extra
still
additions
fighting
to
in the
that?
army, I would say the best target would be the massive fleet just outside the castle walls. prime target for a thing.
Right,
I like
the
that.
thing.
2 birds, 1 stone. One
Yeah,
thing.
yeah. Are
If
we
that
trying
is, we
to
can get it there.
are we trying to blow up the fleet? Are we trying to do the thing to the fleet?
I mean, we're here.
Is
It's a
that our
military target. Why not?
is that our order? What was our exact mission?
Our exact orders were that we need to destroy the thing, and then all of our agreements will be fulfilled. So that's the bare minimum. How we end up destroying it is entirely up to us.
Okay.
I think the bomb could be a good contingency if we are made. We could potentially hold the city hostage.
Wild. That's wild. Is the door still open? Where did you come from?
Yeah,
Fiora?
maybe-
Let's even see if we can get back down there.
Oh, aye, the door is. I can assure you the door is open. This way.
Okay.
Okay.
Excellent. So I presume you lead them back.
Yeah.
Yeah, you lead them back.
Finishing the.
Of course, of course.
When we as everyone's kind of getting ready, I'm gonna take a second to kind of like look around and make sure no one's watching, and I'm going to use my Mask of Many Faces feature to transform into a 1T soldier.
Hell yeah.
Interesting. Very cool. Very cool. Are you transforming into one of the abominations, which is Snaketail, or are you going to do one of the Malisons, which have 2 feet?
Do the Malison, higher status, I think, right?
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
Yep.
The abominations tend to be used as more brute force, whereas the Malisons, intelligence, it has nothing to do with what they look like. It's just that the abominations are more snake-like in their nature and the way that they move and attack and whatnot, and the Malisons have to run everywhere. Like, that's pretty much it, right? You got smart ones, you got dumb ones, you got intelligent ones, you got clever ones, you got funny ones, you got not so funny ones. Anyways, yeah.
Excellent.
Excellent. Awesome. So you head back to the little tower that you blew the door off of its hinges. And when you arrive, there's already a Wanti abomination appears to be standing guard, like directly in front of the door. There are people who they're people. Sorry, when I say people, I mean the general crowd. The general crowd of people who live in this town are walking by. Some of them are not even paying attention. They're just like, just continue on with their way. Others who notice the Wanti, some of them are kind of like, goosenecking. But once they notice that the Wanti is potentially eyeing them, they quickly, straighten back out their backs and necks and just keep going. Straighten up and fly right, if you will. Yeah. They know not to mess with those doors.
I think you're
Yes,
up, I whisper to Rembrandt.
Give her a wink, and I step forward. I'll bring my bodyguard with me. I'm gonna address him.
Of course.
This area has been compromised. I have
Yes.
orders to move the device to a different location.
Kind of crinkles his eyes and his nose. What? What do you mean?
No, I'm working with the grunts. Look, stand aside. I have orders from someone much higher up the totem pole than you to move something downstairs, and if you don't know what it is, then just get out of my way before
I have orders that no one is to use this entrance until the master of the forge comes and fixes the door. No one is to enter in or out from this door. If you wish to enter,
And I'm
there is
ordering
another
you to
tower.
move.
There's another tower. As you know, there's another tower 20 feet that way. And he points.
"20 feet that way." You want me to walk 20 feet when I can just have you move aside, you little worm, and I can step past you to where I need to go. Now, are you going to disobey an order from me, or are you going to stand aside?
Puffs up, looks at your outfit. All right, Rembrandt. What kind of armor are you wearing?
Just,
What kind of armor did you decide to give yourself?
would I have seen one of the 1T purebloods wandering around?
A pureblood, yes, but the pureblood, a lot of the purebloods all the purebloods you would have noticed or you would have seen are all wearing civilian clothes. They're not wearing armor. They're not wearing military outfit. The only ones you've seen wearing military outfits so far are either the Abominations or the Malisons.
I'm not wearing armor. I'm wearing civilian clothes.
So he puffs up, gets right into your face. Please find your way to the next door. Or
I mutter. I mutter to the rest of the gang. I think this is our best chance. And even before he finishes saying it, I cast command.
Okay. So he's
On
in the middle of saying, as you're saying, he's in the middle of saying, and since you're out of uniform, perhaps you want, and this is where you would come in.
Yeah.
What are you commanding?
I step forward and my eyes glow slightly, and I point at him and I say, "Flee."
I forget command. Do I have to roll to see?
Yeah, you have to roll a wisdom saving throw, or you have to follow the command. I guess it's against my spell DC.
Mm-hmm.
Which is, do I tell you?
Yes, I need to know what I have to try to, or I mean, if you want, you can keep it. You can keep it secret if you want. I can tell you what I rolled. You can be like, nope, you fail, or okay, fine.
I can tell you the spell DC is 15, so you have to beat a 15.
All right, so in mid sentence, staring like, flat snake-like nose to flat snake-like nose, an inch away from Rembrandt, as he says, "You're out of uniform. You should probably head back to the bet." His eyes suddenly get really wide, and he slithers down the doorway. He slithers down the stairs, and he just disappears.
I turn to my new friend and I say, "What armor should I be wearing?"
Which regiment would you like to be part of, sir?
Whatever is going to give us the easiest time getting out of here without our heads chopped off.
And he describes to you the armor that you would have seen on previous Malisons who seem to have a higher status. They mostly have the steel armor. So you want like steel breastplate, steel pauldrons, still the sword in the back. You wouldn't have a spear. But you didn't have a spear to begin with when you came over, so you don't have that. So that armor is the armor you want to be wearing if you want to be a higher status than your friend or the one who is at the door.
I'll say, well, why didn't you say so? And I change my clothing with, at will, with the feature to reflect what he's describing.
You didn't ask, sir.
Of course, I'm the fool. Shall we, everyone?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just muttering
let's
to
do it.
himself, but kind of to other people, being like, "That's absolutely incredible ability. I really wish I could do that. I mean, just so many uses."
Excellent.
I never thought, like, out of game, I never thought that I would ever, like, use this ability at all. I'm like, oh, disguise self is so stupid. I'm like, oh my god, it's
You've
so
used
many
it like
applications.
4 times
I've
already.
used it more than anything. And it's at will. It's at will. Like, there's no refresher. It can do it anytime you want.
Yeah.
It's like me
powerful.
spamming thaumaturgy.
I mean that's a huge whole conversation for like, you know, the Reddit threads or for another day, right? We could just like talk for hours about like some of the cantrips where you just use them just the right way, and you're like you got like you have godlike powers, and but that's uh, uh, it's not it wasn't the written intent, right, when they wrote the rules, when they wrote these things, and but
It
people
also wouldn't be very helpful in like a desolate landscape with no one around, right?
Yeah.
Like
Right.
it's one of those
Yeah.
like very
Or the Underdark, and
contextual
that's it.
spells.
Yeah.
Yeah.
exactly
Or
yeah.
Anyway, just had to make a comment.
No, of course. Just to add to that comment, I have also had characters, and I've also forgotten. I've purposely given that to some of my characters in the past, and I have forgotten. Like I would go like full sessions, go, oh shoot, I could have transformed. You know, like I just completely forget, and then the opportunity never comes up again because now that particular GM is like, oh okay, you're gonna try to use it again, and never gave me the opportunity again.
Aw.
Anyways, curses, exactly. Anyways. So, continuing on. So you enter into the tunnel, and for those who were not in one of these tunnels in last session, as you enter, you notice that on this first landing, it's a large tower, and like, well, large-ish. It's big enough. It's 8 feet. It's 8 feet in diameter. So like you can walk in. There's a landing, and except for the fact that the door is open, there is no light up here. And looking down, it just gets darker as the stairs spiral. So anybody who has night vision, you can see just fine. You know, in tones of gray. But anybody who doesn't, as soon as you go at least one, maybe by the time you reach the second landing, or the second story down, I should say, because there's no landings, it's just spiral downs for 3 or 4. It's kind of difficult to tell exactly, but 3 or 4 flights down. By the second one, if you don't have night vision, you're having a hard time seeing. You're basically just trusting your feet, and perhaps even doing the old put your hand on the wall, and the wall will just guide you to where you need to go. But by the time you get to the bottom of these stairs, light starts to reappear, as there are candles and it's candles or other types of lighting sources, so it's easy to see. And the stairs.
I think we all have dark vision.
I think you do actually. I think you do. Remember, like slowly remembering what everyone's species are. Yes, you can all see just fine. I don't even know why I described it. For all the humans in chat, you couldn't see when you reached the second, third.
I have a question about this is something that like is fully like I might not even be able to roll, but I want to know if the Wanti are able to see in the dark. Like, do they have dark vision?
Let me double check.
And it's something that Tour might totally not know at all, or maybe roll, or maybe I don't know. But very curious.
You know what? I will say that this is common knowledge. They can see. They can see in the dark. They have it is common knowledge because at some point or another, like, you know, either stories have been told or battles have been fought, right? And you would have known yourself as a dwarf. You probably would have fought with a Wanti or two in your time, or you know, stories, that sort of thing. Meta wise, they have dark vision 60 feet.
Cool.
So they can see in the dark.
Okay.
Just not
well,
as
there
good
are
as
torches,
some.
which means that someone assumedly needs them.
Mm-hmm.
Tour's gonna, when he gets within 30 feet or so, yeah, within 30 feet of any torch, just gonna be kind of saying kind of to himself, like, it's times like these I really miss Mozart. And then he's gonna snap his fingers, and the torch nearest to him goes out. And he's gonna continue snapping his fingers and turning out torches.
Amazing. Awesome. So, just to finish off, Coming down the stairs, you reach the bottom of the stairs. There is the stairs lead directly to a small landing, not very big, not very long, but a doorway which leads into this tunnel, which seems to stretch onwards in both directions. Tour, I presume you're in the lead as you're heading down and going. It was this way, and you're heading down, doing your turning off the lights as you go. Roll for me some perception checks here, everyone. Let's see how well you can hear. It's not going to be too difficult. These are quite cavernous, echoey type chambers.
Got a 8.
21.
9.
25.
25. All right, awesome. So, again, echoey chambers. So there are you do those of you who rolled below 10. So Maeve and Rembrandt, you do hear your own footsteps. They are closest to you, obviously, of course, right? And you do hear some noises that are happening in the extremes. You can tell though that in the direction you're heading is where there's the most echoey sounds, but you can't quite make out what it is. Yeah. But for both Tur and Caius, as you're walking in that direction, you are hearing voices. They sound very in command. They sound very much barking orders, if you will, sort of like keeping a rhythm, is what it sounds like. You do also happen to for Caius, you do also happen to actually hear like an actual rhythm of like click, 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 click. And there is some kerfuffle, if you will, of happening. But for especially Tur, because you'll sort of remember that coming up on your right hand side was that first barracks that you first turned around and noticed a couple of Wan Ti. As you're approaching, you do hear some commotion happening in this barracks in this particular room, and again, it's kind of like a mixture between Wan Ti language, which has a lot of sibilants and a lot of like just kind of like tones that just kind of like fluctuate. I imagine it being very much like whale song, except a lot of like S type things, right? Now that I realize it, not dissimilar to the serpentine tongue from that book about a kid.
Harry Potter.
Yeah, the book about a kid who could do a thing. Anyways,
Don't say his name.
Don't say. You say his name 3 times, he appears. Anyways, and a mixture of that, and a little bit of mixture of some common, again with the S's being rather any S type sound being sibilant. And as you both sort of walk by, looking in, because I just think this is a really funny scene, you see them all huddled around this one bed, and there's just one Wan Ti who's just curled up in a ball and just doing this, and just like you can't. He keeps repeating one word, but he doesn't. But you can't make out what it is because it's all in the Wan Ti language. And there are a couple of them who are just like they seem to be like what are you like sort of like the what are you doing like and hitting him and trying to get him to stand up, and he just keeps pushing them away and crawling back down and curling into a ball. And so they're trying to deal with this guy. If we want, you know what, it's just for fun. You all recognize it's the one that Maeve said to flee, right? So clearly he is still fleeing. When Maeve said flee, he heard or saw something, some sort of picture happened, and he is terrified, which is why he's fled. And that is the scene that you see as you're walking past this barracks door. So
I suppose we should keep walking.
Should we be stealthy?
I
Are we
was
just like
gonna-
la 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 la?
Clink, 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 clink.
No.
I thought we were trying to be stealthy. This is me being stealthy right now.
Oh no.
I
We're
was just
trying
gonna
not
say-
to attack. We're trying not to
What-
attract attention.
Once we hear all the sounds and everything, I was gonna say I'd love it if like Caius could hold up like a hand for everybody to stop, and like I can like I'll Caius will straight up just use thieves can't hand signals to tell everyone that he's gonna scout ahead, and then look at everybody's blank faces, knowing now that probably no one else understands thieves can't sign language, and then he just is gonna go. I'm gonna.
All right, well,
I'm
now
just
I'm
gonna-
overthinking it. Is that the same
I'm
as
gonna-
before, or is this a simple variation? Because I thought I understood the last thing he said, but now I'm just confused.
I know he did like a hand thing. I think he wanted like some high fives.
I
I'm gonna use.
like a rabbit.
I'm gonna use. I'm gonna use the Waken Mind to speak to Caius in his head and say, if you want us to stay, nod. If you want us to come with you, shake your head. He wants us to stay here.
Okay.
All right.
I don't know why you didn't just say that.
Excellent. So, yeah. So Caius, you continue down the tunnel, and you come to a couple of cross tunnels, cross paths. Like as you're walking, there's like another one that does this that goes across, right? Do you turn? Do you keep going? You're still close. Like you're relatively close enough that if you turn back, you can be like, you know, and try to like maybe get like a signal.
Can I use the like recording or the messaging pen?
The
Yes.
communicator.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's like, I'll whisper into the communicator and try to give directions to Caius.
Nice.
So you just go a little further there, and then it just a little, yeah.
Excellent.
Okay.
Yes, the
And I'll
communication
just click onto
devices.
the communicator. Yeah. I'll just click onto the communicator. You said it was through the barracks, right?
No, past the barracks.
Yes, the communication device, which I just wish to remind chat or to let chat know after our last session. Once we were done, I kind of messaged chat. I messaged the group going like, "You guys remember you guys had communication devices, right?" And they're all like, "Oh yeah!" So yay, they remembered. All right, so using Tour's directions, if you want, you can if you would like for fun, you can both roll to see wisdom for Caius to see how well you're able to interpret these directions, and for I'm thinking intelligence to see how well you remember. For you there, Tour, to see how well you remember, how good you are at being able to give those directions.
This is a flat roll.
We're all gonna die.
5.
Fine, okay.
I got a nat 1 on understanding him.
Oh my god!
Amazing. Okay, so you start when you're facing the barracks, you turn left, but we're already past the barracks, so you're turned around, so you have to turn around again, and then you turn left for when you're facing so that'll be your right, and just make sure that you start with your left foot, because I counted the paces. So you start with your well, actually there were 8 feet at the time. Okay, so
I was just gonna say your left foot. Which one? The first one, the second one.
Yeah.
Because you were a
start with
spider.
your third left foot from the back. That's always how I start my directions.
So on this note, I just want to remind chat. I typed it into the chat earlier, but I just want to remind chat because I forgot to do it in my introduction. Fun, cool mechanic that you can do. You can help. You are the gods, and if you deem it so, if the gods deem it so, you can give one of these two players either a advantage, a disadvantage, or a reroll. One per session, testing it out. Maybe we'll do it more than one. Maybe we'll have a cooldown for it. But chat, I'm giving you a couple seconds here because this is a new thing. So in case we
Quiet
forgot,
chat tonight.
if would chat like to help out with our adventurers, or if we're just gonna keep an eye on chat, keeping an eye on chat.
Embrace the failure.
They might. I think they might.
Yeah, I'm really sorry, folks. I mean, I know if Vic was here, Vic of our, he'd be like, do it. I give you one.
Yeah.
But sadly, Vic, you're watching through a recording, so you can't do it today, buddy. I'm sorry. All right, so you continue down you're like I left foot, what? It takes you a while. You go down the wrong way. At some point, Tuora's like, oh no, wait, like you start describing things that Tuora's like, I don't remember seeing this, and so Caius, you're like, oh shoot, okay, all right, and you go back and you go down the other way. Eventually, you find your way to the large room that Tuor described earlier. The large room that to his knowledge is, well, as he described, is where he found the device, the thing. But when you get there, the room has no big thing in the middle. There are some Wanti and some other humanoid species walking around. There's a couple of halflings, gnomes, that sort of thing as well. Not many of them, but there are a few. But you you find the room that you think is the room. Yeah.
You're sure you saw the thing down here?
Aye. It's pretty large. It's hard to miss.
I'm missing it. I gotta tell you, I'm kind of missing it.
All right. Well, let's go back over every step of the way. So,
No.
starting with the.
You guys, I think it's safe. You guys just come up and meet me, okay?
Yeah, you
Wait,
did.
Right.
Sorry,
I
go
turn
ahead.
to the I turn to our friend and I say, "Do you know if they moved the thing somewhere?"
What things, sir?
The bomb that we're trying to relocate for the master.
I don't know of a bomb. My duties consist of the guarding and of the patrolling of the inner rings, sir. My barracks are on the other side of the town. I don't come to this section very often.
Then what were you doing here?
I was told to keep an eye on a gathering. A wondrous, glorious gathering.
It's all right. It's
I
all
was
right.
very
it was
happy to have met you, sir.
It was rhetorical. All right. Oh, you've been very helpful. Thank you. Please keep. You're doing a wonderful job. Please keep serving.
Thank you, sir.
What do we do? What do we do?
I mean,
We'll meet you there, Caius. And then I'm gonna lead them. Going the way that I know how to go.
Uh-oh.
Yeah,
Which
yeah.
may or may not be the same place that Caius is right now. But let's find out.
I'm gonna.
Can I use the guidance cantrip to help Tour with any like intelligence checks he has to
Sure.
make remembering the way?
Sure thing. Go
And
ahead.
would
All
have been
right.
great to do.
Then to go right ahead and see if you remember, because you do remember these hallways do look familiar, but you were very small at the time, and so
I'll take a guidance. It's 1d4. It's not gonna help.
Yep.
It's a d4.
Yep.
A total of 6.
Well, it's one better than it was.
So at a certain point, at like one of the turnings, Tour just like kind of starts going in circles and then like leans his head over upside down.
what are you doing?
Well, I just realized I was on the ceiling before. I was upside down, see. So I think a lot of my lefts were actually rights that I
Oh
just
no.
trying to get sense of direction.
Don't take this the wrong way, dwarf, but you're an idiot.
I talk into the pen to Caius. Caius, I think we're lost. While like side-eyeing to her going like this.
Sweet. Then I guess we're lost together. So I'm definitely in some kind of big ass room. It looks like what Tuur was talking about, but I don't see any device or anything.
Okay.
Oh, what a mess.
Yeah.
I turn to I guess I'll turn to the big guy and say, do you know where there would be a large room down here?
Yes, there is the laboratories just this way, back this way,
Great.
and down the hall this way. If we just would have kept going straight, we would have found it easily.
Yes,
And
see,
so,
Absolutely certain this might be the way.
that
so-
doesn't mean much.
cut to, you find yourself moments later, slowly, creepily, as stealthily as clink, 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 clink armor can be, down the hall, and you find yourself at the large doorway that Caius is just kind of looking around and seeing the room, right, and trying not to be spotted by anyone, as you know, we'll call them scientists, I guess. I guess that's what you call them. Are walking by, right? In the moment, in the time that it took them to get there, though, Caius, please roll for me another perception check.
Perception.
And actually, I'll give you advantage because you rolled so well last time, so your senses are pretty good right now in these tunnels.
Okay. 20 total. Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Awesome. Yeah.
Nice.
So
Nice.
while you're here, again, you can hear the echoing of someone ordering, barking orders. What feels like it's a little further down the hall, so on the other side of the room, right? A little further down the hall, and when you're looking down that way, you can actually see that there is another hallway that crisscrosses this one. And your perception, you can sort of hear the sound bouncing, and it bounces, and it feels like it's coming down the right, down one of those tunnels, and you can hear someone basically like you hear the odd order of like one person is calling a rhythm of stepping, right, very militaristic, like left, 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 yeah. And you have another person who is barking orders, you know, and it's in one T, but every now and then you do hear up, a little higher, up, right? But then it goes back to one T. It's just very very much barking orders, if you will. And there's one particular voice that you hear that it is not a 1T voice. And the voice is very much like, yes, this will be fine. Just if it remains stabilized and nothing hits it, and it's kind of muddled, but you kind of hear those kind of words. It stays stabilized, nothing hits it, should be safe. We'll be good when we get to the vehicle, that sort of thing. Right, when we get to the ship. Sorry, not vehicle, the ship. Right. Yeah. And this is in the distance. It's not. It doesn't sound like it's moving away very fast, but it is moving away.
How far is that hallway? Like how far across is the laboratory from there?
So looking at your dimensions, kind of doing like a little geometry thing in your brain, you can see that this room is very large. I apologize. I forget how large I said the room was last session, but it's a large room, at least 2 floors high. That I do remember. The hallway is actually like the edge wall. That hallway would be the edge wall of where this room ends. So it's about 20, 30 feet on the other side of the doorway.
Okay.
Yeah. This hallway, like again, this hallway just seems to just keep going, right? You can't really see
Right.
an ending to it. It just seems to just keep going.
Oh,
the odd
that's
door
a
here and there.
continuation of the hallway that I'm in
Correct.
currently.
Yes, correct. So
Okay.
so if I'm gonna do some little imaginary geometry here. If you are,
Yes.
let's say, up here, right, where my two
Yeah.
fingers, where my two hands come together, right, there's a door there, right here.
Yeah.
And you're like right beside this door. You came from this way, and the other tunnel is over here, crissy-crossy over here.
Got
And
it.
what you're hearing is down that tunnel this way.
Copy.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah.
100%. All right. Thank you. I'll click onto the communicator. Guys, it sounds like they're moving the thing.
You hear this echo of your own voice as they're coming up behind you.
Oh, shit. Okay. Come on. This way.
Excellent. So
Go ahead.
Yeah. So you're leading them down, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Towards the sound of the voices.
That's awesome.
And I'll just tell them all. It sounds like there's a couple of guys who are in charge, and then they're slowly moving the device right now. Okay.
I'm gonna cast a first level spell, comprehend languages. It's good for an hour, and I don't think it's concentration, because I think I got it from my. Yeah, I don't think it's concentration, so I can keep the suggestion going while having this.
Of course.
So I can't speak the language, but I can understand it.
Cool. So, comprehend languages. You are correct. 1 hour range self. It is not a concentration. Basically, you just
Excellent.
you allow yourself to understand the languages that are around you. Yeah, for an hour.
Perfect.
Yeah. Cool. So, Caius leads you down the hall, about, like I said, 20, 25, 30 feet down the hall, and you reach another hallway that crisscrosses this one. And looking down towards the right, which is where Caius could hear the noise, and everyone is now hearing it because now you were actually pretty close. You look down, and about 60 feet down, you do see a large group of people, creatures. 60 feet, most of you can actually see pretty well at 60 feet, right? 60 feet down? Yeah, okay. So you do see some Wanti, you do see some other species that if you wish to do like a perception or investigation check, you can probably figure it out, but I can tell you right now, it's not really that big of a deal. And you see with them as well is a large, what looks like it's made mostly of metal, of different types, about the size of a queen-size bed, right? And it is being partially carried by some of the Wanti, and also some of the other species that are around that are not Wanti. You can sort of make out that they are doing something with their hands as they're moving, but they're moving in step with the Wanti, who happen to have this thing, kind of like carrying a casket, right, on their shoulder of sorts. It's kind of hard to tell exactly how they're doing it, but like, it's very similar to how you would hold a casket, right? Rows on both sides, sort of thing. And they're actually in the process of slowly rotating left to go down another tunnel at that point there.
Where are they taking it?
Not sure. What do you think?
It said something about a vehicle.
Yeah, should we just wait to hijack the vehicle instead so we have to deal with less of them?
Well, if the bomb's not underground and we need to leverage it against them, it would be certainly easier to do that if we weren't underground.
Like an airship.
Moving into regular ship too.
That would be great, actually.
I say we follow them. Wait and see where they're going. If we don't want it on that vehicle, we'll just jump.
Okay.
I'm
How?
gonna stay ahead. I'll stay close to them. You guys stay a little further back, just because I can be a little sneaky.
Okay. DM, how many? Sorry, I might have missed this. How many
okay.
people do we roughly observe?
So there, it's a crowd of people, but you can see that at least on one side it looks on one side hoisting, carrying
Yeah.
this device, this metal looking device on their shoulders. You're looking at four on one side, so it's safe to assume that if they're in the style that they're carrying it, that there's a second one on the other side, so probably at least eight of them, right? You do see three other species. They're humanoid. Again, a little difficult for you to be able to tell from this distance because of the clothes they're wearing and they're just so far away. But they have their hands up, and there's three of them that are kind of surrounding. You only see three, that is, right? And then you have one at the back, and everyone can sort of hear this now. They're the ones who that particular one species is the one that is keeps saying left, 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 and you notice that every single time they say left, the Wanti Malison who have this thing on their shoulder are actually stepping down with their left, as they're doing like this formation, sort of like they're doing this formation where they're slowly rotating. Let me just grab. They're slowly rotating this thing on the spot, and then the idea is that they're then going to keep going straight once they face the direction that they wish to go.
So, guys, I don't know. It looks like there's a lot of them. The whole jumping them plan I mean, I'm not sure what you guys are good at doing, but will we stand a chance?
Think so.
Okay,
Sure. How many do you think you could do? Honestly.
Would it be rude to say all of them?
No.
It wouldn't be rude. It might be stupid, though.
You're probably still right.
Could be. I can maybe take one.
I can
The
If you want it.
sorry,
Okay, yeah.
the one T behind you, Rembrandt leans in and goes, "I believe I can take at least 3 myself, sir."
I jump. I forgot he was there. God damn it.
Hang on. I think we're forgetting something. Maeve. Theoretically, for no particular reason, if someone was to set the bomb off, what would that look like on the device itself?
Like, what
Would
the
would there
thing
be
that would
blinking lights? Would there be a timer? Would it be a noticeable activation?
Well, it kind of sounds like this thing is a little fancier, so maybe there might be some sort of technology on it. The ones that we used were very, very primitive. Like, we just kind of like lit it and then we chucked them. Or we like lit it and then we just left it there and ran. So there was nothing like fancy, but I have heard of these devices that like maybe you can like attach a clock to it or like some kind of like people like put watches on them. Um, I, yeah, I don't know. It's very possible, but I would still have to see it.
I suppose there's no way to make an illusion to make the bomb appear as if it's going off.
I mean, there could be. We might be able to scare them that way.
That's what I'm thinking. But I don't have the knowledge required to make a believable illusion for everyone.
I would have to get a closer look to know for sure. But I think,
Do you think you could figure it out?
yeah, maybe I can take a look and see.
Well, if we need to, we could pretend as if we've apprehended you and get you close to the bomb. And
Yeah.
we could potentially make it appear as if it's going off. And I assume everyone would run.
Unless they know how to stop it from going off.
If it's an illusion, they won't stop it.
That's true. I mean, yes, that is a solid plan B or C, but I still would like to see what vehicle they're gonna put it in. I think that's our best chance.
Fair enough.
Sorry, I know you didn't mean it that way, but you're like, that's a good plan A and plan B, but I'd like to C, and it was just like the rhythm of it was just so perfect. I was just hoping that you were like, I was secretly hoping that you would be like, that's good plan A, plan B, but let's go C if this will deny us, you know. And I was just kind of hoping you would just keep going with it, but like, anyways, that's just a secret.
Elated.
Yeah, it would be delighted. So in the time that you're having this conversation, they have successfully rotated it 90, and they have started walking down and moving it down this next.
Section.
Thank you. This next tunnel. This next corridor.
My only concern would be that they end up with meeting up with more of them and not less.
Want to go now?
Now be our time.
Oh man. Oh man, I'm stressed.
All right.
Hang on.
I think we fucking go now. I'm with Tuhura on this.
You want to attack them here now in this tiny tunnel? Where a bomb could
How about
blow up?
Where their numbers
Caius-
don't matter as much because they can't line up. They can't surround.
Caius, our large snake friend, and myself, we go in and distract them with some combat. The two of yous, you can check it out while we're fighting or drawing them off.
Okay. Do I know? Sorry, again, another question.
Of
Ian.
course,
The
no worries.
people who are kind of like, you said the ones that are like holding the casket, but like not really touching it. They're, I can tell that they're casting some sort of spell to like hold it up. I guess.
You know what? If everyone would like to, yeah, you can go ahead and roll perception, investigation, or let's see here, or wisdom, right? Basically, any of those, whichever one you have the best stat in, right? Basically, you're just trying to, like, looking at this. Do you recognize what they're doing of sorts, right? Again, as I've mentioned, well, as I mentioned, and it'll be resolved into some in a moment here. Amazing. Yeah. You all recognize this, right? You've seen this at some point. They're using magic to help hold it up, right? They're using a levitation type spell, concentration levitation type spell to help the Wanti carry this large heavy device.
Okay.
Yeah. Caius, you said could you have had time to do something before they turned the corner? What would you have liked to have done?
So there was the one who was giving them all orders, right? Of like the timing and the rhythm of everything.
Yes. There's the one at the back. The one at the back, basically the
Yeah.
tail of it all is the one they're the one barking, the left. Yeah.
Great. I would like to look at him and my eyes flash a bluish white. And I'm going to select wisdom for him.
Okay.
He is hexed.
Oh shit.
What does that mean again?
If he has to use any ability keyed to wisdom, it is done at disadvantage. That's it for now.
Cool. All right, cool. Awesome.
Oh,
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it has been done. It has been done. There's a moment as you cast it, and he gets affected by it. There's a moment where his left kind of like stutters for a second, and then he immediately picks up left, and then you hear from the front some barking orders in a 1T syllabant type language. Rembrandt, you totally at this point, of course, you can understand what's happening. The order was basically like, keep the rhythm steady. Right? It was basically just keep the rhythm steady. You know, yeah. So at this point, they have, and they are no longer in your view.
Yeah, Caius is gonna continue to sneak after them and stay up close to them. I can move up to 60 feet and also actively do a hide check every single round, so I can definitely keep pace with them. But before I go, after just before I take off to stay on them, like, are we doing this now?
you'll have to give me a reason not to.
All right.
Let's do it.
Okay.
Amazing. So Caius, because you're able to as fast, faster than pretty much anybody else in this. Perhaps the 1T could probably potentially keep up with you, but he is dutifully following Rembrandt and keeping pace, keeping in step, if you will, as in step, in tail, in slither. Anyways, with Rembrandt at his pace. But as you reach the corner and peek around, that's when you now see that this hallway is not very long, and that it leads into a large room. Like, we're talking huge, massive room. You can see off in the distance pieces of cave that the walls basically go up, and then all of a sudden they like blend in with the cave, if you will, the cave walls. In this other room, you see lots of other 1T that are just out and about, walking around. You see a couple of purebloods as well. They are wearing armor that is that has, surprisingly to you, the least amount of metal on it that you can see, compared to the other two. It looks like they're just wearing regular clothes, but it's a uniform of sorts. But they are armed, and you do see a kerfuffle of things. And just for this, just let me roll for me a perception check to see how well you can perceive something else that's in this room.
19 plus 6, 25.
So you just happen to catch a glimpse of something that looks relatively familiar, but seems out of place in this room. And as you sort of creak your neck over this way, you see in front of a large opening, which is basically the opening of the mouth, and on the other side you can see the ocean, you can see some ships, all these things. You can see some ropes and cranes and stuff like that, that are either hanging from this level or that are coming down from above it. But in front of this opening is an airship that looks like it should be in Forge City. It's not as fancy as the one that you came on, but nonetheless, if you will, it has coalition colors, if you will, on it.
Did we see that, or is it just him?
At the moment, it's just Caius, because Caius was able to do a really fast sprint.
Caius is gonna stop at the corner, turn, see this, nod, turn around, go back, because realizing that the numbers game has absolutely changed. Seeing all those other 1T going around, I'm gonna I'm also gonna sheath my sword, because Caius had absolutely drawn that after like Tuor and him had just been like, yeah, let's go, and just like come back. They have an airship, and there's a lot more of them just around.
Okay, I'm glad we didn't just attack them.
There goes Plan B.
Yes.
Yeah.
Back to Plan C, I think. We get them to put it on the vehicle, which we never an airship, and then we get on.
Yeah. We should do that.
Then we take it over, because there's no way that they can keep bringing in reinforcements on the airship. Once it takes off and it's in the air, we're good to go. We can just commandeer that thing.
Yeah, I think that's a good plan. Isolating is always the best way.
How do we get on the airship? And if we don't?
I can get 3 of us on the airship. No problem.
And the other 2 of us can just walk on.
Yeah. Let's do
Well,
that.
was easier than I thought. Oh, hey, fine.
Yeah. Wait,
How
how exactly are
convenient.
you doing this, Caius?
All you guys have to do is get close-ish with me, and then
Okay.
I can literally just put you on the airship. It's fine.
What's your
Okay.
Oh, aren't you full of surprises?
what's your range on that again? Is that Misty Step of sorts? No.
It's a 30-foot range,
Yeah.
and I can do it on either myself or another willing creature because I am a spring eldrin.
Right. I just couldn't remember what the range was on this. So yeah, awesome.
Yeah.
All right. I suppose this is what we'll do. We
Okay.
will keep up the farce, the 2 of us, and find our way onto that ship, and we'll see you there.
I think maybe you guys get on there first, and then we'll follow up after.
Hopefully we don't die.
Yeah.
All right.
gonna
And
be
we're
fine.
just gonna we'll try to walk on, I guess.
So as you get to the
Just look confident.
as you get to the corner where Caius had first like peeked around and looked, right? Everyone can see now this same hallway that Caius was just looking at. The Caius extends. The corridor. Too many K sounds. The corridor extends about 10 feet, and then opens up into this large cavernous room, this large hangar, if you will. And you can now you yourselves can also now all see everything that is happening. You see a lot of Wanti walking around, moving various devices, walking in step, that sort of thing. And you also see the giant cavernous opening, a couple of tops, tops of masts of ships from outside, and you hear the water. And looking down, you can see that the airship, as I mentioned before, now that you're kind of all like looking around and making sure that there's nobody else around, peeking around, you're getting a little bit more brazen as you're getting towards, trying to get a better sense of this room. This is again a massive warehouse room. The airship is in the middle of this extremely large warehouse. It is smaller than the one that you all came on, but it does look like it is a passenger style airship. Again, not as fancy as the one y'all came on, but still, again, it is showing the Coalition of Cities colors. So this clearly is made to look, whether it actually is one that was perhaps stolen, or if it was just built to make it look like it's from the Coalition. It's a very damn good facsimile. Maeve, roll for me a perception check. As everyone is kind of looking around and trying to figure out, trying to plan, like we do this, and okay, we're going to go this way, and you're seeing all these different Wanti and their movement, and you see this group, the magic users, the Wanti who are carrying this queen size mattress style thing towards this airship. Maeve, what did you roll?
I rolled a 20.
Nat 20 or
Nat 20?
or
No.
dirty 20?
No.
Dirty 20. Awesome. While you're looking around, suddenly you get a you know, one of those that sort of like that sort of sensation down your spine where you're kind of like, ugh, right? You get like this sort of like this really weird instinct feeling, and you suddenly hear a voice getting louder that sounds very similar. And as it's getting louder, you're hearing it say, "You are all doing this for the greater good of Lembara and for the greater good of the Mithril Blood Coven. Your sacrifices today will not go in vain. They will be recorded. You will be accepted in this society. The 1T are now welcoming you as one of their own, one of the perfect. Perhaps not exactly perfect, but one of the perfect. And you will be one. You will be able to go to their place in heaven, and you will be able to be in the richness. You will you will bask in the vast, rich and oh shoot, I just lost the word. Very good, abundant, the abundancy that is within the 1T heaven, and all of their gods will give you praise, and you will then be reborn as one of them. It will be wonderful. And as you look over, you see, and anybody else, if you would like, I will allow this. You look over to look at where this is coming from, and off into the distance, you see Krell. But he is a 1T. He is walking. He's a 1T pureblood. He's walking. He's wearing regular civilian clothes, but he's also wearing the blue robes on over top with clearly the white flower on the right lapel, and he is talking to a group of a mixture of other species. You have some half orcs. You have some humans. You have some half elves. You have some halflings. Just a mixture of other beings who are walking in. We're looking at about 20, 30-ish. It's kind of hard to tell. They're kind of all clustered together, but they're all following. They're all like they're being strung by his words, and they're being flanked by 1T abominations. And on the very, very, very left of the whole thing, about halfway down the group, is a 1T who is actually, roll me a perception check for this, just to see how well you can recognize differences in what they're wearing.
Do I roll again?
Yeah, roll me another perception just for this
11.
11. So they're wearing they're dressed in a uniform. They're very snazzy, but she is flanked by two other 1T abominations who are quite large for abominations as they are, and they are slowly walking to be about 30-40 feet from the entranceway of the airship, as the other group, the group carrying the thing towards it, are slowly making their way as well.
Guys, this is gonna sound so strange, but I couldn't believe it when I first heard it, but it's Krell. It's the leader from the group I was in before. He's alive and he's here, but he's not himself, and he's gonna make them do it again. He's gonna make these people blow themselves up to blow something else up.
Are we all
I said
together
that
at
in
this
a
point, or
whisper.
have we? Or
Yeah,
have we split off?
you're all together. This is one of those things that sort of that was very particular to Maeve, because of the voice and the character in this particular person, and so she was the one who really noticed this. But at this point, she's now turning to you, and you guys are all still sort of at the mouth of this large room, doing your best to like not be seen. When she announces this to you, and at this point, if you would all like to look over, you also notice this congregation of non-Wantees being flanked by some Wantee soldiers.
There's one more reason to stop him. While he's got their attention, this might be a great opportunity for us to get close to the ship.
Yes, it's a convenient distraction. It's these sermons.
All
I
right.
Shall
just
we?
say it like that. We should go.
Yeah, let's go. Before he sees us.
All right.
Are you okay, Maeve?
I don't know. It's really weird. I thought I was the only one to walk away from this, but now I realize that he's alive but I don't know, something happened to him. He doesn't look the same. And I don't understand why he doesn't look the same. It's okay, we'll figure it out later. Let's just go now.
Right. Yeah.
All right.
Awesome. So Krell is continuing to praise these people, and he walks them to the side where passengers can walk on, and as each one of them as they're going up the plank, he is personally giving each of them a handshake. There's even a couple of there's at one point there's a mother with a child, and he pats the child on the head, and gives them a little like doing good, right? And as they walk up the plank, in the meantime, the rest of the Wanti, followed by the magic users, are slowly maneuvering this thing to place it in the undercarriage. This would be where the baggage would normally go. This is where in the previous airship, Caius, you were trying to get into to find some luggage. So they are loading this into the undercarriage. And again, it seems to be like business as usual. There's a lot of cacophony happening around because this place is still a base, if you will. It's still operating. So there's still
How many armed individuals are there in this space?
in this space. So around the group of species who are walking in, there is a dozen that were kind of flanking them on either side. Next to them, there's the two very large Wanti abominations who are flanking the one Wanti female who is dressed in very fancy clothing, very fancy uniform clothing. And then you have your eight, at least your eight plus the one that was hexed earlier. By now you see that there is also another Wanti in front and a gnome walking beside them, leading the group that were carrying this the thing, the bomb, if you will. Let's just call it a bomb. Let's just call a spade, a bomb, a bomb. It's a bomb. It's a big giant boomy thingy. Since we're now, we've danced around it. Boom. But this is, you are in the heart of a warehouse where you do have, it's kind of, it's a very large warehouse. Think like a warehouse that can hold like a Boeing sort of plane, right? Except it's inside of a cave, right? So parts of the walls
There's like
are
two
cave-like.
dozen, like there's like like a slightly over maybe 2 dozen, like kind of armed soldiers. But then are there like more like further around, or is it just because
Yeah.
there's civilians as well?
Yeah. So there are some Wanti. Some of them are at doorways. You see some of them are over by the large cavernous entranceway that leads out towards the ocean. They're kind of operating some devices over there, whether it be like winches and whatnot. Um, uh, there's just the odd here and there. Some of them are like taking note of like boxes and whatnot, sort of like taking stock of things that are stacked in the corner, making sure that we still have 4 boxes of this and 7 boxes of this and a couple of crates of this and that sort of thing. So it is busy with people. If I had to GM give it a number, I would say that you're looking at about plus the about dozen, no, sorry, 2 dozen ish, right, around the airship. You're looking at about at least another 2 dozen that you can see, that you can notice in this room doing various jobs around. If that makes sense.
Cool, cool, cool.
There's also some
Thank you.
catwalks. There's also some rooms up higher up. You can see some windows, some more in those
Okay.
windows. Yeah.
So Tour is just like trying to like scope out like everything and
Of course.
being as far back as possible in his like shiny armor and clinking when he moves. Next is so at this point has Rembrandt and the snake moved out on their own, and it's now Maeve and Caius and Tuor like together, like hiding still. Is that?
I mean, that was the plan, but the plan was that Caius was going to get you all onto the ship using magic. Rembrandt, dressed at the moment, disguised as a Wanti Malison, followed by his Wanti Abomination. The plan was that he was just going to walk up to the airship, and the plan was to get on. At the moment, I was just describing everything as you are all basically at the entranceway, hiding behind boxes, hiding at the doorway, that sort of thing.
So Tuor is like whispering to Caius, and be like, "We're gonna lose our chance, and if we don't get on that airship, the entire mission's done for."
Yeah.
Yeah, we gotta get him.
Eric, can I potentially roll? I'm not sure what check this would be. Maybe an insight check, or wisdom check, to see if. Do I know, like, because there's a lot of people here, and a lot of them are like civilians. Would I be able to see how many of them potentially are followers of mine?
Sure.
I'm not sure how I would like try and discern that. But...
Right. Fair enough. Well, again, all the people that you are seeing at the moment, other than those who are not, they're all 1T except for like the 20 people, the 20 species who are being led by Krell and are walking onto the airship. They're all 1T.
What about the 20 species? What about like those 20 in particular?
If you want to try and do a perception check, yeah, go ahead and roll for me a perception check to see if you notice any of them being one of your newly made followers. I don't know what word I was trying to make there.
No, that's a 3.
That's a 3. Yeah, it's really hard for you to tell.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
All right. And so just those guys are going on the ship. Oh man, this is tough. Are any of the other 1T getting on the ship?
At the moment, no. You do not see any other 1T getting on the ship.
Okay, in that case, I'm going to try and. And Krell personally is talking to all of them, is he?
Yes, he is at the base of the ramp, personally thanking. Seems to be like giving them a handshake, or like if he notices some of them giving a handshake he recognizes, you see him doing other sort of forms of greeting sort of thing, probably because the species that he's talking to don't believe in touching or whatnot, whatever the reason may be. He's doing a different symbol of gratitude, and then ushering them up the ramp.
All right. Okay, I got some bullshit in my head. I'm gonna try. If this goes wrong, we'll figure it out when we get there. I'm just gonna try. We're gonna try walking up onto the ship, or what have you.
As an abomination, as a Wanti Malison, right? Because you're not the abomination, the other guy is.
I'm gonna try. Oh, okay, now I got it. I'm gonna turn into one of the regular people. And my
regular like a regular species people, or
yeah, I'm gonna kind of look. I'm gonna look at like one of the civilians that are just wandering around. I'm gonna like try and just do like a general amalgamation person of like just an unassuming humanoid. Whatever's the least assuming out of all of them. Taking an average poll there. Maybe a half elf. I don't know. Yeah, I'm gonna kind of walk up, and the snake guy is gonna kind of trail kind of behind me, and I'm just gonna kind of have my mind ready to communicate something to him if I need to.
Okay, cool. So at the moment it's just you two walking up, correct?
Correct.
No. Okay. Cool. So as you're walking out, at first, there's nothing, right? But once you reach about like 20 feet from the group, I presume you're heading directly. Oh, everyone froze for a second. I just want to make sure everyone is still here. I'm assuming so. You're gonna have to walk diagonally across, right? To be able to reach the group. Are you trying to head to the back of the line or to the front of the line? Try to join the group, if you will.
I guess just the back of the
Yeah.
line, because
Yeah.
there's only about 20 of them, yeah.
Exactly,
Or like the
exactly.
middle-ish of the line, yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I realized that I did forget to mention which direction everything was facing, right? But heading towards the back of the line is one of the easiest. You don't have to cut across too many. It doesn't look, it's not obviously suspicious that you're kind of going like, the long way around to get there, right?
Yeah.
As you reach about 20 feet ish away from the group, some of the Wanti that are flanking this group suddenly start to they notice that you're not with the rest of the group, and there's some muttering that's happening. You still have comprehend language, correct? Yeah. So there is some muttering, like, what's this person doing here? Like, isn't that and they're kind of like trying to figure out like where you're from, and then one of them chimes in, Commander, there's one more. They were not part of the group. And suddenly, everybody starts to face. Everybody who can understand 1T turns to face, and everyone is now looking at you. And you have one a 1T who is walking around. They are 1T pure blood. They are walking towards you. It is a male 1T pure blood, and they're wearing a very fancy, well-trimmed uniform, and he chimes out to your enthralled guard. What's this now? Where was this one? What are you doing so late?
I'm going to use Awaken Mind to talk to him and say, I need you to tell him exactly these words in 1T, or in a common. You're going to say these words in common to me. You're going to say, tell him what you told me earlier.
Tell him what you told me earlier.
I I hesitated to to come before you. I'll just come out and say it. I met some people earlier today in the city who were asking for some assistance, and they said they were looking for, well, for that, and I think they're coming to try and stop it. Um, I told them to go into the tunnels. I think there are people in the tunnels trying to stop what we're trying to do here, and I can try and describe them, sir. One of them one of them was a gnome. One of them was human, and one of them was a tiefling with her horns shaved down. I tried my best to like describe Maeve to like really like sell the deception that, oh, this is someone I actually know who it would make sense to like try and stop this
Sure.
potentially.
Sure. So this commander who's walking towards you, what do you mean? What do you speak of? What is this? What do you mean a group in the tunnels? No one should be in the tunnels. They have been.
Yes, I know. I understand. Yes, with all due respect, I understand that they're coming to try and stop us.
What, who is this us? Who is this us you speak of? There is no us. And then suddenly Krell chimes in. Pardon me, Commander. I believe he is speaking of us as in the sisters joining. The sisters becoming one with the Mithril Blood Coven. This poor fellow, this poor, young, down on his luck fellow, just wants a better life, wants a better everything. I can see it. I can see it in his eyes. I can see it in his soul. And he just wants to do good. He wants to do good for the Brotherhood. He wants to do good for the sisters. He wants to do good.
All I want is to serve something higher than myself, something much, much greater than all of us.
There is only one thing at this time that you can do to help us. You've done well to alert us of these intruders. We should send people into those tunnels to ensure that all is well. Don't you think, General? And the female Wanti slowly makes her way around, flanked by her two larger guards. Yes, I believe you are correct. And she turns to one of her bodyguards and whispers something. That particular one slithers away. Please tell us your name so we know who we can thank when we inscribe your name on the tablets.
Can I roll a quick insight check
Of course.
to see if they're jerking me around?
Of course.
Yeah. 10.
10. All right. No, she's genuinely asking you what your name is, so they could write your name on these tablets that she speaks of. Krell at this point Krell is like, yes, and he is looking at you, large smile.
My name isn't of any consequence. I wasn't ever really.
And he slowly puts up a hand, and you feel you feel the presence of this hand going up, and you're almost like you feel yourself stop talking. Like it's not you kind of going like, well, and you eventually notice, you just feel as if the suggestion is placed on you that you should stop talking, right? No nonsense. You are incredible. The sacrifice you will be making with your fellow brothers and sisters on this ship is nothing but miraculous. So please, just as we have done with them, we would like your name to ensure that it is properly inscribed on the tablets.
You can call me Rembrandt, I suppose.
Excellent. Wonderful. Wonderful, Rembrandt. And Krell looks up, and in Wan Ti, but you can understand this, but he assumes that you cannot, orders your enthralled guard to lead you to to join the rest of the group, getting onto the airship. To which he takes a second, sort of like looks at you, and waits.
And I communicate with him with my awakened mind. Yes.
Yes. And then he slowly pushes you, towards the rest of the group, and you join the rest of the group. You join the lineup going onto the airship. At this point, everyone else, throughout all this commotion, that other Wan Ti, the large bodyguard Wan Ti, left and went down another corridor that was on the other side of the of this room. But in doing, as he does this, he passes by a couple of guards, and as soon you can't quite tell what he says, but he clearly says something, because as soon as he says it, they're like, and they're like, they snap at attention and they like exit down some corridors, and one of them goes down, like exits out a doorway, and so they're meaning business. They're going looking, is what it looks like. This bodyguard Wan Ti, as I mentioned, disappears down a corridor, and you do not see. You just see him. You see him leave. Krell returns to the front of the line and continues to give praise as people are hoisted back on, led back onto the airship. And at this time, it is 9:00. If there's nothing else that you would like to do at this particular time that is pressing, that must be done right now, I'm saying we should take a small 10-minute break, recharge our batteries.
Neil was saying you just want to do something during that exchange. I think there was an attempted sneak during that exchange.
While everyone's attention was on that and Rembrandt was drawing everybody towards him, the three of us would have taken that opportunity to been like, let's go now.
Exactly.
And try and get as close to the airship as possible. And then as soon as we're 29 feet away, Caius is placing a hand on Maeve and then Tuorberlier, and then they're on the ship in a flash of white blue light.
Amazing.
If we can get that.
Of course. People are enthralled with this conversation that was happening, and so no one saw you. No one saw you.
I didn't want to have to roll stealth at disadvantage.
No one saw you.
I was really hoping me. Yeah. Anyway. Okay. Sweet. Awesome.
Okay. Cool.
Excellent. All right. So, chat, we are going to take a 10-minute little bio break here. Please enjoy the spooky sounds of my spooky remastering of today's of our break time music, our intro music, and our outro music. Just a reminder, the music that you are listening to is from an artist known as Xanis, and earlier on in the chat, we put down where you can find more of Xanis's music, either on Spotify or on YouTube. We'll post it again here during the break. That way, in case you're there, it is amazing. Yay! I love having a moderator of sorts while doing this. I can focus on one thing. So there's some links if you want to hear more of Xanis's music and find out more when she brings out more things in the future. That's where you want to go. So, but speaking of that, let's get to that spooky music for our break. See you back in 10.
try to bring me down, but I keep rising. You aren't ready for this fight. I know I will burn your dreams to ashes. I fought my way up from the bottom before. I'm not afraid to climb again. I rise every time. You try to bring me down, but I keep rising. You aren't ready for this fight. I know I will burn your dreams to ashes like a phoenix. Oh, I will I love the way you look at me. When I'm with you, the world fades away. When you smile at me, I just can't breathe anymore. Feel like I'm falling into your bliss. Your love, it sets me free. Dancing in a crowded room. Your body pressed to mine. I wanna drown in the feel of your lips, be devoured by your eyes. When you smile at me, I just can't breathe. Oh, take it all. I'll give you more. Grab me hard, drag me down, show
And speaking of being sneaky, we are sneaking back in. Before we took our break, our heroes managed to get onto the ship, or are in the process of getting onto the ship. Rembrandt approached the group and found a way to get himself in the line of people who are going onto this doomed ship, this doomed airship. In that distraction, it was a good enough distraction. It got everybody basically involved, paying attention. Caius was able to magically insert Maeve and Tuur onto the ship, and I presume that at any moment he will be doing the same before the attention jumps back. Yeah, there we go. There he goes. I just saw him. I think I literally just saw you jump. Like, it was really weird. You were in that box, and then you were in Rembrandt's box, and then you were back in your own. It was really weird. Excellent. So, Maeve Tuur, you jump on. Let's see how good. Actually, where were you aiming to put them on the ship, or were you just hoping to put them on the ship, Caius?
I was hoping to be able to actually. I did ask a question as well. Is the bomb has it been fully loaded, and has the luggage compartment been closed while all that was happening?
While all this is happening, they're taking a while. Like, it is in there, but now you have the gnome that was there is now inside, and he's fiddling around. So the compartment is still open during all this. He's busy doing other things.
Okay.
Clearly, he's doing something. He's making sure that everything is properly set up for this bomb's maiden voyage.
Got it. So then I would have put us into the passenger compartment where everybody else was being put.
Makes sense. Yeah. Yeah. Again, as I mentioned earlier, this is not as fancy of an airship as the one you came on, and as you were approaching and you're running up and looking, you notice that this one is basically the exact same design, except minus the VIP cart and minus all that VIP stuff that would have been at the front, right? This is just like your basic. It's very nice, but your very basic, somewhat discount airfare, if you will, type. So it doesn't have any of the VIP type seating. This is just basically general seating all the way through. Yeah. Okay, cool. So yeah, you poof, right? You bounce them in, right? And surprisingly, when Maeve and Tuur, when you pop in, you both pop in the center of in the aisle, near the closest edge to the back wall. And beside you, on either side, the seats have not been taken yet, and surprisingly, no one seems to be drawing any attention or appears to be shocked that you suddenly have arrived. Anybody that you happen to make eye contact with are just looking at you, and they're like, and then they take a seat. Yeah.
Should we sit down?
Oh, I think I prefer it outside of the ship. This is unnerving.
I mean,
Smelling.
are you okay? Or, oh dear.
I'll be fine.
Yeah.
Do you want to hold my hand?
Yeah. To
My favorite trait about Tour.
just because I
I
think
know this is the thing on airships.
because I think it's hilarious. When you're inside looking around, you can clearly see that this is a much smaller airship. It feels much smaller than the last one you were on, and so you can only there are windows all the way around, right? They're not small windows. They're really nice, like, square windows that go all the way around. They're all giant panel windows, and so yeah, you're gonna you're probably picturing what it was like being up in the air.
So we're just kind of
don't
like
like it. I don't like it.
we just like arrived in the middle of this airship. We like saw some seats and just kind of like slid in and then like held hands and we're just like not really sure where Caius is, how we
Awesome.
got here.
Oh, I followed on immediately after. Like
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just kind of like,
Yeah.
6
Nice.
seconds after you guys are on there, I'm on there.
okay.
Yeah. Suddenly, Caius just appears beside you, and
Ah.
same thing with you, Caius. If you make eye contact with any of the people that are coming on from the front, they just kind of look at you with like a really kind eyes, smile. They nod, and they sit down into their chair. And people are kind of orderly, just kind of like filling in the chairs and moving on to the next as soon as the chairs are full.
All right.
Okay.
What do we think about these civilians?
I think something's wrong with them.
I mean, are they legitimate targets? Or should I say collateral?
There seems like purposeful collateral here. Whether or not they know it, I think they might be being misled.
Aye, but were we to have the choice? I don't think we can get them off once we take flight.
No.
Probably not. That doesn't mean we can't get the thing off.
Yeah.
Aye.
Or
Alright.
just disarm it, take it apart.
Seems like a plan. Seems like a plan. Just gonna give like a thumbs up to someone else who's like walking down the aisle.
And they sit down. Excellent. So, outside, Rembrandt, we're coming to the end of the line here, and now you come face to face with Krell once again, and Krell holds out his hand for a handshake.
I'm not worthy.
Nonsense, Rembrandt. Please shake my hand. And you are suddenly, your arm is suddenly like slowly, you can feel your arm wants to hold his hand.
I know what's going on.
Are we aware of this? No, we're not
You-
aware.
You
of
are
this,
not. No,
right?
you are not.
All right.
If you would like, if you would
all right.
like, if you would like to contest it, it would be a willpower contest.
Let's see. Let's see. If I did contest it, what would I roll?
Willpower.
Which is what exactly?
Oh right.
Oh. Yeah, this isn't World of Darkness.
Duh. Which wrong one? Wrong one. I've been playing too much. Necromunda. Sorry, people.
Yeah.
That would be. I kind of want to say charisma. I think.
We're just going to be looking out the windows to try to see when the old has been sealed. By the way,
Sure. Yes. Of course.
whatever.
And actually, I defer. Well, actually, I defer to my other GMs in the room, if you will. Like a willpower check. Like, would that be charisma? I guess so, right?
Wisdom. No?
Wisdom.
Wisdom would be the usual thing for like willpower.
Mm.
In this instance, it kind of feels like this could almost just be a roll off between the two of them because he seems to be using a similar thing to Rembrandt, if I'm not mistaken, in terms
Yeah.
of like this like trying to like
Battle of the Wills. Yeah.
convince, Battle of the Wills. So to me, that would sound, that seems more like a Rembrandt rolls a d20 and adds his casting modifier.
Yeah.
And then Krell does the same, and whoever has the higher roll, that's the win.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna what I'm gonna try and do then, if this is kind of what's happening, is I'm going to I'm not sure how to do this. Maybe I have to like expend one of my remaining like spell slots to do this, but I want to I guess now like showing a little bit of my hand to the rest of the party. I want to talk to my patron
Oh.
and I want to ask my patron for help. My patron.
Yep. Amazing. So in that moment, you reach out, right, to your patron, and your patron is very quiet, as they tend to be, and suddenly you just hear, "Fine," and suddenly the force that you were feeling, that like your arm wanting to take Krell's arm, is suddenly just gone, like that. In an instant, it's gone, and Krell suddenly is. You can see on his face, he's just like, oh. He leans in. That's fine. You won't be able to stop me. Thank you again, Rembrandt, for your sacrifice. Your name will be added to the tablets.
It's very good to meet you, Crow. And then I walk away.
Awesome. So you enter onto the airship, correct? Yeah.
I guess I do.
Yeah. I mean, so Krell follows closely behind, and waits for you to find a seat. Once you do, he looks at everyone, smiles. And then walks off, and then not 5 seconds later, another a Yuan Ti pureblood comes on, and heads towards the front to the captain, to the captain's the pilot area. That's what I'm looking for. The pilot area, and at this point, some orders are barked outside. The door to the pedestrian entranceway gets closed. Outside, to you notice that they are now closing up the compartments for underneath, where the luggage compartment doors. And everyone can sort of feel the power kicking in. Clearly, the pilot has gone to the front, has flicked a couple of switches, and things are starting to power up inside of this airship. Again, lots of action is happening. People are backing away. You see some Yuan Ti off in the distance untying the ropes, and suddenly the airship you start feeling that weightlessness of the airship slowly picking up. You hear the rumbling of some engines, as you can now sort of feel it stabilizing in the center of this entranceway. And then it starts exiting, and it exits out of the cavern of this massive.
Immediately going to the cockpit as soon as
Cool.
we start moving.
Cool. Awesome. Yeah. Okay. So
Let's commandeer this bitch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All
Yeah.
right. Reinforcements are gone. Time.
So-
Do we see Rembrandt?
Yes, Rembrandt came in.
rest of us?
You saw Rembrandt come in, and he would have joined. He would have joined. I presume he would have
great.
joined in, like, because all the seats leading up to basically to at least 3/4 of this airship is full, and so he would not have been able to sit in the front. He would have had to go closer to you guys at the back.
Okay, so we assume that he's with us now.
Correct. Yeah.
Amazing. As we're moving forward, it's like, so which one of you has some good fire in your magic?
Fire?
Aye.
Don't
Don't tell me all you can do is fancy changing your faces.
I mean,
Am I
let
with
me
them now?
look within myself.
Yes.
Let me tell you in a
Yeah.
second if I can do fire. Need to think about it a little
You see,
bit.
this is what we dwarves constantly tell you surface dwellers. Don't build with wood. It burns too easily.
I'm kind of like staring off into the distance, like barely paying attention.
Aye, magic
I
man.
think
Fire. Sorry. Do you have fire?
No, I don't have fire. What would you need fire for?
To burn this thing. Well, I'm sure we'll find something.
Burn this thing.
Maybe we
Burn
can
this
just
thing.
light a regular fire?
yeah,
There's some out of the box thinking. Do you have Kaya?
I have
Yeah,
tinder
I
twigs from my burglar's pack.
I think that'll work.
All right.
I don't understand. Are we commandeering the ship, or are we setting it on fire?
Well, if I may make a suggestion, I think we need to get control of this ship, but allow it to fly a little bit away from the city. And then, are we gonna set this bomb off up here, or are we gonna drop it into the ocean?
Are we flying over an ocean?
You are.
Great. So I vote for that.
Yeah, you are,
So
but you,
maybe-
you are, but you do remember that that the main reason why you were sent off on this mission was because Fritz was concerned that that this bomb would make its way to Coalition territory, to Forge City, and big bad disaster. I mean, the airship looks like it's from Coalition space, and so you know that at the moment you're currently making your way out over top of an ocean, but you will eventually. It's only safe to assume that you will eventually be doing a giant U-turn and heading towards, or more like a
Coalition
yeah,
territory.
exactly, and towards potentially Forge City.
I think we got to check out the luggage room where the bomb is and make
We
sure
should
that
look
it's
at the
secure.
bomb.
Yeah.
I agree.
Do we know if Krell is on the ship? I assume he's not.
He is not.
Okay.
Great. I turn into Krell.
Oh no.
Okay, this is perfect. You come with me. The two of you go check in the hold. We'll
Let's
take
do that.
control, or we'll let you know if we can't.
Yeah. And then got the pen thingy.
Oh, and hey, we have communicators.
Yeah. We do.
Yay! All right. So sorry. So who are the two that are going to the?
Rembrandt and myself are going to go to the cockpit.
Gotcha. And the other two are going to go
And-
down.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. Cool. All right. So let's begin. Let's begin with the two of you at the cockpit. You head over to the cockpit, and yeah, it's not a very large airship, so it doesn't take very long. There is the customary section where if this flight had stewards, flight attendants, where they would have their own seat, their own sort of like behind the curtain sort of thing, to set up for any kind of food or whatnot, beverages, in-flight meal, that sort of thing. But there is none for this one. So walking through those curtains, they're wide open. I mean, like they're not trying to ruse anybody. Everybody on the ship knows that this is not a fully staffed ship. So you walk past that, and just on the other side of that, which is this is like a very small, 5 foot long space, not very big, is the door to the cockpit. It is a brass metal reinforced door, and there is a small little porthole in the door, and on the other side of the
Right. Tor's gonna post up like a SWAT team member, like at the side, like by the door frame, back to the door frame, like next to it, looking up at Rembrandt. Like, all right, get us in.
You asked so nicely, I suppose I must. And at this point, also, would my 1T guard have been able to get on the ship as well, or is he left back at the landing?
He was left.
Perfect. Now I can use other concentration spells. So, it's a hole. I'm going to
It's a hole. It's a porthole, so it's a hole with a glass.
yeah.
It's a round window.
And is the door locked?
Have you tried the door?
No, I would like to try the door.
As you reach for the door, you suddenly feel like something stop you. You don't even touch the handle. Like, here's the handle. You come to touch the door, and it's like all of a sudden you're trying to push against air or a bubble that is pushing back.
Can I see if anyone's inside?
Yeah, you can look inside. Yeah, and you see the one
Right.
you see the one 1T, the 1T pure blood that is in there, and his eyes are focused to the front. Beside him is another chair that is empty, and he doesn't notice you.
All right. I'm going to. Let's see here. I'm going to. There's a couple things I could do here. What should I do? I guess I could use. Yeah, I guess I could use suggestion again, but that might be my last spell slot. I'm just gonna knock on the door. Try to get the guys to turn around
Amazing. So
and see
again,
me.
as you come to knock on the door, it's as you're just about to hit the door. You're like an inch away. It's almost as if air compresses and you just can't make contact with the door.
All right. I'll use Awaken Mind to try and communicate with the 1T inside then.
Cool. Awesome.
I say,
That has no problem.
all right. I say, there's been a change in plan. And I ask him to, like, I see what he does after I say that.
He doesn't move. He's just.
Are you listening to me? I said there's been a change in plan. All right. Guess I'm gonna have to do this then. I'm going
Like
to.
check on what this thing is, because I'm seeing him like unable to hit the door.
Yeah, of course. Yeah,
Like,
you can.
is it like a magic, or is it like an enchantment, or just trying to like, I don't know. Is there anything I can?
Can glean from it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You yes, it is you do feel that it is magical in nature. It is an enchantment that is basically every single time Rembrandt is trying to do something to the door, it's as if the air in front of the door is pushing back. It's as if something is matching his intention to try to manipulate the door.
What's the wall made out of?
The wall beside is made out of, well, you see some copper pieces and whatnot. So there's some like copper like covering. But if a simple knock on it, you'll clearly see that it's just a cover. Behind it is wood.
Sorry to interrupt. I'm
That's okay.
Not at all.
I mean, like, this is like Tuor would be doing. You're doing this as you're seeing this happen, right? So you're actively trying to do things as well. Yeah.
actively watching and figure out.
I guess I'll try and use. I guess I'll try and I have another second level spell slot, just one more second level spell slot. I'll try and use. Can I use suggestion again? Is that how that works? If I haven't used another second level spell slot?
Yeah, I don't see why not.
Okay.
I don't see why not.
So
Just-
I assume he's being suggested or compelled, so I'm going to try and counter that with my own compulsion.
Exactly, exactly. So just as you're deciding to do this, you suddenly hear Krell's voice in your head.
Fuck.
I told you, you're not gonna win. Let's cut to our other duo for a second here before we get there. So, our other duo, you are tasked in getting into the luggage compartment. Now, this particular airship doesn't have a door like the last one did, right? It doesn't have a door with like a little stairway that heads down. This one being, much more on a budget sort of style airline. It just has access panels that are directly at the very back and at the very front of the alleyway. So you can choose whichever access panel you would like. Basically, open it up, and then you'll be able to head on down.
The one at the back, or do you have a preference there, maybe?
No preference. Let's just get there.
Yeah, just because we were already at the back of the ship, so it kind of saves us needing to go anywhere else, so we
Yeah.
can just that thing open.
Of course.
Is there any kind of lock on this by any chance?
I mean, there is. It's a very like it's not even a lock. It's just one of those like press this and turn at the same time, and it opens up.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like it's
Again, turn it. And
yeah,
open
like
the thing.
exactly. It's not a super complicated locking system. It's just basically something that is not someone who just looks at it and tries to pull on it or tries to just turn the one thingamabob won't be able to open up the door. You have to do both at the same time, which in turn is a safety mechanism that like would give any of the attendants time to go, excuse me, you can't have access to that sort of thing, right? Yeah. So yeah, nice and
Okay.
easy. Yeah, awesome. You open it up. It's dark down there, right? Similar to last time you went down into one of these things. Yeah.
Is there anybody down there that we can see?
Not at the moment. You cannot see anyone in there at the moment.
Okay. We both have
Not
dark
a-
vision, right?
Correct. Correct. Like when looking down into this hatchway, you do not see anything.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Awesome. Awesome.
I'll drop down, blade in hand.
Cool. You drop down, and directly in the middle of this this space is this giant metal queen size bed device, and it is oddly humming, but at a very nice little wave interlude, just sort of sort of thing. And at times you're unsure if it's matching the hum of the engines or not. You're not sure, but it's kind of calming in a really odd way. There are also so you went down on the backside. Directly beside you is a couple of boxes. You see some wires and whatnot that lead in from that device into those boxes. On this side, another couple of boxes, but no wires. On the other side, another stack of boxes. You can't quite tell because what this thing is sitting on is on top of a large like it was placed on top of that wasn't placed directly on the floor. It was raised up and placed on top of something. So you
I dropped down after Caius.
Cool.
But there's nobody else down here with us, eh?
Not that you can see at this time.
Okay.
There are still some places. If there is, there's still some places they might be hiding.
Okay.
I'm just gonna slowly walk up to the bomb. I'm going to assume that if I don't see anybody, there's nobody around. And
Nice.
I'm gonna watch her back, and if anybody does try and grab her, they're gonna get stabbed.
Of course.
once I get close, I'd like to see if I'm able to recognize anything, like in the way the bomb works. Like in the past when I've worked with other explosive, if there's anything that seems familiar.
So upon first glance of this thing, it just looks like a bunch of tubes and wires and um, roll me an Arcana check. I mean, tieflings are pretty in tune with magic, but let's just see how you're feeling right now with
Okay.
your.
Is there anything I could do to help? I give the help action.
What does that do?
Gives you that.
Advantage.
The help action gives you
Advantage?
advantage. Yeah.
Okay, I guess I'll just roll again, because I had already rolled. Arcana. Not bad. So it was 14 versus 23, so 23.
Amazing. Yeah, so you are definitely sensing a lot of magic coming off of this. This is clearly and the magic that you are feeling from this is definitely magic that is like chaos energy. It is just moving and rolling and just tumbling. That is the sense that you're getting that's vibrating off of this. That gentle hum that you're feeling from this device is clearly a lot of the mechanical pieces that are on it that are potentially like this chaos magic is while it's like doing a lot of this stuff and tumbling, it does seem to be controlled, and so a lot of these mechanical pieces are probably there just to control this chaotic energy, so that it can be used at the opportune moment.
Shit. Do I see any sort of things that I could recognize as like either like a clock or like a switch or like some form of like interactable outside device?
You can either roll intelligence and see if you can remember, or you can roll wisdom and you can see if. So intelligence is like you're looking at it and you're trying to like remember whether you recognize anything that remotely seems like, as you're describing, like, is there a clock? Is there a switch? Is there something? Whereas wisdom, you're more looking for like patterns. You're looking for like, okay, this looks like it might be like there's a lot of wires here, so it might be like a control panel of sorts, or you know what I mean, like that sort of thing.
Okay, yeah. I'm gonna roll wisdom.
Okay.
And I'll help.
Okay, so advantage. That is a 10.
And it's a 10. Okay, so yeah, so you're looking at all this, and like this is Keen's words from the Monday Night Crew is like ringing in my ears. This is gnome shit. This is like gnome technology that is just like the weirdest thing. Like you're seeing wires go into these panels that you're just like, I have no idea. That just looks like a solid block. I don't understand how that works, right? You're seeing tubes. You're seeing like you can see there's some glass sections, and you can see that this magic, this chaos magic, is riling in it, but it seems to be moving around in a circle as well as like doing its thing. But you're like, you're lost. Like you really have no clue what is happening.
Yeah, I tell Caius this. I have no idea. I don't recognize this technology. It's beyond my knowledge.
On that note, Caius, since you are so at alert, roll for me initiative.
Okay. 25.
Awesome. Awesome. So,
Fucking I.
so
I chuckled because one of my features is rakish audacity, which allows me to add my charisma modifier to my initiative roll.
Oh shit.
yikes. As you're about to try to chime in and maybe help, right, as best as you can, you suddenly get the sense that there is someone behind the box just to your left. And you like it's just a sixth sense, call it like your fighting intuition or whatnot, but you're just like, there is someone there, and they are moving. And in fact, you
Kick
feel
the box out of the way and hold the blade right up to whoever I see.
amazing, amazing. Behind the box, you're like, please, please stop, please stop, 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 stop. There's a gnome who is like cowering behind the box that you just knocked over and is now fallen on the ground, and his hand is up, but his hand is kind of like this. And he's like, and he's now clutching his arm. And he's like, please, no, stop, 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 stop. Are you from the Vale?
Are you?
I asked you first.
He's
Fair.
the one holding the blade.
But you're gonna be the one who's gonna be dead if you don't answer.
We will all be
The
dead.
blade starts crackling with light.
We will all be dead if you kill me.
Why? What do you
How
know?
to shut this thing off?
Yes.
Good. Do it. And if it looks suspicious at all, your head is on the ground.
Of course. No, of course. Of course. I'm going to need some assistance. The box fell on my arm, and my wrist is. I cannot seem to move it.
Fuck. I suddenly touch him and cast. Wait, which one is it? Sorry, I'm just figuring out which one this is. I believe the touch one is Cure Wounds. And like it's almost as if I can't control. I just touch him and I cast Cure Wounds on his hands.
Oh, yes. It feels like it feels like I'm 50 again. This is amazing. How? Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Can you disarm the bomb or not?
Yes. I mean, yes, but the problem is that it is controlled wirelessly from the cockpit. We need to stop the pilot from being able to push the button. I'm terribly sorry. Everything down here is really just to ensure that the chaotic energies that have been collected for the last month by the fellow magic users and scholars and whatnot. It's really incredible. Really, but it's also very frightening. It's also very frightening that at any moment, just the slightest wrong touch
Great.
of this
Shut
device.
up. Communicator device. You guys in the cockpit yet?
We were just about to ask how it's going down there. We've come up against a little bit of a hitch.
Apparently the pilot has a dead fail-safe button. We need to get in there.
Why,
What's
that
it
makes
look
sense.
That's going to be a problem.
Why?
Quell is stopping us from getting in the cockpit.
I'd
I
be
look
able
at the
to push
gnome.
it out.
I look at the gnome. My friends can't get into the cockpit. How do you get into the cockpit?
Hold on a second. Trying to remember the schematics of this particular air device. Okay, we got the front door, and then we got this here, and then we did. Oh yes, we do have a small hatch panel right here. But someone rather small will have to be able to fit through. Not it.
Small in height or small in width?
Well, you don't need to walk through the panel. You can just, crawl through the panel. So
Okay.
width is width.
I feel like that's me.
You comfortable trying that?
I guess. Is there anybody else
Alright.
who will be able to fit?
Perhaps a spider.
Yes, perhaps
Um,
spider.
I've definitely been. I did want to ask just ahead of this if there are any like touching the wall. If I'm able to touch the wall in like as different than the door, like whereas the door is like preventing, whereas wondering if that like magical prevention extends to the wall. Also, if there were any small gaps in that wall, and if the cockpit had any windows that don't have glass.
Cool. So, to answer your first question, Tuor, you are able to touch the wall. No problem.
Okay.
Touching the wall, you can feel that like I said, there's a thin metal, like with your knowledge with your dwarven knowledge of building, you know that this metal is just a facade. Like behind it is wood. Like as you mentioned yourself, you make something out of wood, it's gonna burn, right? This is just like the metal on this wall is just a facade, right? And it's all decorative, right? On the other side of this is wood. Looking and inspecting the door, there is the smallest of crack at the bottom. As you slide your hands across the door, like you feel around the door, and you don't feel any other cracks around the outside. Your hands on the window, like you're looking in, and like it's just the window. You see inside, and you just see the windows for the pilot in front. There are no other windows on this wall. You keep going to the other side, and you again.
And do the windows in the cockpit have glass, or are they open?
They have glass.
They have glass.
Yeah.
And can I touch the hole in the like the crack in the door, or am I stopped by the
You can touch the door.
wind? Like I thought the like air stopped it.
Air is stopping the Rembrandt's intention to touch the door. Rembrandt is the only one who's tried to touch the door so far.
Ooh.
I'm gonna try knocking on the door.
You can knock on the door.
Fuck.
All right, just give me a second. I'm doing what the gnomes call some experimentation. I'm gonna give it a little like a sturdy whack with my axe handle.
Excellent. Yeah. So you hit the door. The door is made of metal. So you hit it, and it you hear a large kung as you hit the door. But like basically the whole thing is kind of shaking as you do so. The people downstairs, you can hear this. You heard this large bang.
All right.
That's
Guys,
interesting.
we may need you up here to unlock a door.
I'm alright.
Have you tried? Can you try opening the
like-
door?
I don't know. Oh, I suppose I could try.
The door is locked. You're able to hold on to the handle, and the door is locked.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Alright.
not that easy, I suppose.
Okay. All right, Caius. If you could open the door, I'll deal with the captain.
No
Going
problem.
to stretch, crack. Oh, I hate having to do this too many times in a short period.
Caius, as you come up from the way you came into the luggage panel, as you come up, you suddenly notice that some of the passengers are standing and they're looking at you.
Right.
Huh. I'm gonna go back down and close the hatch under on top of us.
As you do so, the last thing you see as you're closing this panel is you see some people with big smiles on their faces, the kindest of eyes, lunging towards the doorway.
jeez.
And you just suddenly hear
God fucking damn
as they're
it.
like,
Okay.
yeah.
I'm gonna head to the front side and go to the front hatch panel. Because that should probably be somewhere about where Rembrandt and Two Oberlier are, right?
Yes, the front panel basically opens up where the attendants, the flight attendants would be. So it opens up into their section.
I'm gonna click on the communicator. Rembrandt or Two Oberlier, if you can. There's a hatch on the floor underneath you. Open it up.
As he's doing this, I'm gonna start going into the vent.
Yeah. So all this time, right? Since Maeve was like, I guess I'll do it, right? The gnome is okay, goes over and is trying to unhook this panel that's in the ceiling for them, anyways, but the floor for the cockpit. And you don't know, Maeve, you don't know where this came from, but suddenly this gnome has like these tools, and he's just like, and he seems to be slipping them into his sleeve, and then suddenly reaching into his other sleeve and pulling out another one and being like, right, as he's just kind of like fiddling around and trying to open up this panel. Tuur and Rembrandt, you've been requested to open up a luggage panel door.
Well,
We
I
see
think
it.
that's you. I can't touch anything, it seems.
Do I see a
You do,
panel
yeah.
on the
Yeah,
floor?
plain as day.
Okay,
It's
yeah,
right
I'll-
there. Yeah.
I'll
Yeah.
open it.
Yeah, it's the same idea. It's one of those like squeeze, pinch here and turn, and then you can lift, right? Like
Oh, nice,
You hear
yeah.
a click, and then all of a sudden it just kind of opens up easily, right? And right there is Caius. Caius, you're right there. You can spring on up.
You might want to keep an eye on them. And I point over to like the rest of the passengers, and then I head for the door to try and unlock it as quick as I can.
Looking through the opened curtains, you see what seems to be like a commotion at the back, and slowly you see some of the passengers. They're just like,
Oh, that's creepy.
and they're slowly walking towards you, on the other side of the curtains.
This will be my pleasure.
Oh no. We were trying to save these people.
He doesn't have a blade. It's non-lethal damage. Come on.
I'll use one of my last spell slots to cast Phantasmal Force between us and them, and I'm going to create a. So basically, let me see here. I want to make an illusion. It's in the mind of a creature that I can see within range.
Okay.
I'm wondering though if it's possible if I can cast it on multiple. I'm not sure. I'm gonna try and make a phantasm that there's like a gap in the plane that if they step into it, they're gonna like plummet to their death.
Oh, cool. So you basically you make it look like the ground just opens up, and then you just
Yeah, exactly.
yeah. Oh, I like it. I love it. I love it. So you do so, right? And the closest passenger to this, right, suddenly sort of feels the illusion coming on, and they're like, and now they're looking, and they see this, and they're like, and they
Okay,
start.
Tuur throws a knife. I mean, I got a bunch of knives. I'm starting to throw knives. So
Oh god.
who's close? They're getting a knife center mass.
Amazing.
We're allowed to kill them, right?
Awesome. Yeah, to Ura.
Right.
It's not engaging.
When I make it into the cockpit.
Go ahead and roll me a hit DC. In the meantime, just overall, like the cockpit, the airship is exited. It is in the current process of making a giant U-turn towards the right. You're slowly flying basically over top of where you initially went to, where Stupid had taken you, and you kind of that this is where you remember what I'm talking about, like on the beach where Stupid was like, this is the place, right? This is the place where I saw the thing and the thing on top and the big bright, right? So you're slowly coming around and you're practically on the beach above it, that is, while all this is happening. So go ahead and roll me a hit DC. Let's try and.
I rolled badly, but it's still a 10.
Still a 10. Hey, it's okay. There's
Very
still. So you miss the person in front, right? You miss the person in front. But probably because you were thrown by the sudden chasm. That's oh god, right? But you do hit someone. You do hit someone behind them, right? And it gets hit in their shoulder, and they fall down, and they're just like.
I think I may have just given it a weapon. All right.
Maybe stop throwing stuff.
I can agree to that. Clutching the haft of the broken axe haft, it's gonna start to like. I don't know what this necessarily looks like. As he grips the axe haft, it starts to turn into the wood goes from like a dried old wood to more of like a green, light new wood.
Nice.
And I cast Shillelagh.
Nice.
Good spell.
Very nice. Very
Whoa.
nice. Please let me know, what does Shillelagh do? I've never seen it or heard it before.
Yeah,
not
Shillelagh
familiar.
is a druid cantrip that allows my club or quarterstaff, and I have this quarterstaff, to be imbued with nature's power. For the duration, I can use my spellcasting ability instead of strength for attack and damage rolls, and the weapon's damage die becomes a d8,
Okay. Wow. Nice.
and it becomes magical if it hasn't already.
Amazing. Cool. Yeah. So you have done so, and again, you know that the chasm that Rembrandt created is not real, but at the moment, these followers seem to
I'm
believe
going to stay
it's real. and they're-
on the other side of it. I'm not going to cross this false chasm,
Cool.
but I am going to like stand in the way. Yeah.
Cool. Just want to make sure. Yeah. So
sure.
while you're standing there, you see them trying to. Sorry, one second there, Rembrandt. 1 second, Chase. You see these people are concerned about this, and they see that the chasm sort of comes up the walls just a little bit, and they're just like it looks like they're trying to problem solve, trying to figure out a way how they can get across it, safely. But you're also there on the other side, so they're trying to figure out how. It seems like they're trying to do like some mental math, trying to figure out, okay, how do we, with a thing and the big hairy thing on the other side with a stick and
That's right.
all these things, right?
Happy thoughts. Happy thoughts. That's right.
Caius,
Yeah,
oh, sorry.
Sorry, I just wanted to like preface this with this particular spell. So it's only perceivable by the thing it's being cast on.
Oh, gotcha.
So it's not perceivable by anyone else. And if one of them was to like step on the chasm, they do take psychic damage, equal to like a certain like hit die. And they justify it in their head, like, oh, this
2d8.
makes sense why I'm taking damage right now.
Because in their minds they're falling, sort of thing.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, sorry. Thank you for specifying that. Cool. Caius, so you have come up. You're next to a door. It's locked.
Try picking the lock.
Do it.
This is his thing.
23.
23.
Hey.
Yeah. You're like tickly click tickly click tickly click, right? You thought it was going to be a little easier than it was, but clearly this is not the original lock. Someone changed the lock. They were worried or something, or maybe it was magically, whatever. But you were able to click and eventually get the door open. As you open the door, you notice as you look in that the panel that is on the floor, that where the gnome is, you can now see that the panel is now gone. You can see a gnome head there, and he's like, oh, hello. Yes, no, that's fine. I was doing all this work for nothing. It's fine. It's fine. You wanted the panel? Do the panel. It's fine.
Hey,
you know what?
we appreciate you. It's great.
Oh yes, no, of
Great.
course.
We appreciate it.
It's okay, fine. Put another sword in my face. I'll just
I'm
go.
gonna
with-
go
I'll
knock
just-
out the pilot.
Am I right
I'm
behind the
just-
gnome?
Yes, you're right behind the gnome. You can see. He gets down. He goes, "The hole is yours," right? And he walks over to the bomb, and he's just trying to fiddle. He's just like making sure that he's doing something. He's doing gnome shit to the bomb. Yeah. So you enter into the cockpit.
I'll reach a hand down. Does it look like the pilot reacts to the door and the hatch opening at all?
That's what I was just about to check.
Oh shit.
Huzzah! He
I'm
does!
I keep. Okay.
Oh no.
He does. As soon as he hears this conversation, he has this moment of, and he takes off
All right,
takes off his helmet, and he starts to unbuckle.
As he's I look down at Maeve and I go, 1 sec, and I crack my knuckles, there's light that starts coming around my knuckles, and I'm gonna use my Kestis to punch this guy in the face.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Can I
Do it.
also do something at the same time he does that?
Roll a d20. Tell me what you hit. Just a flat d20. For Annie.
Maeve or me?
For Maeve. It's for
Oh.
you to do the same at the same time.
Oh, to see if I get to do it at the same time?
Yeah. What you want to do at the same time?
Do I add anything or
Nope.
just the flat?
Just a flat.
Okay. Roll the 9.
No. You do not
I'm
get.
gonna do it right after.
You-
if I can.
Yeah, exactly. As you're like, you look up, and as you look up, you're just seeing this fist already moving towards this one T who has managed to unbuckle and is just happens to be turning towards it as he's trying to get up and face, as he's drawing his sword facing this fist that's just coming directly at him. What happens, Caius?
So I rolled a 19, and my attack is a +7 to hit, so that's a 26 total.
yeah, you definitely hit.
Because I'm a swashbuckler, I get to add my sneak attack damage to any opponent who I am in single combat with, which I do here, because
Yep.
there's no
Right.
others.
Yep.
Then there'll be additional 3d6, and then I'm not actually attacking. What I'm doing is I'm casting Booming Blade, which allows me to make an attack, which will add a d6 of force or a d8 of force damage to them.
Okay.
Not bad.
15, 17 damage. And let me know if he still tries to get up. Because the force
Booming
that was
blade.
on my fist has now enveloped his body, and I take a 5-foot step back away from him so he can't reach me.
Awesome. So the crack of you hitting his square like right here, because I picture him drawing his sword as he turns, and it's just like, it like the crack of his nose is loud as hell as his head jerks back, loses balance, and he falls on top of the controls of the airship, rocking the airship towards
good.
the left, and now the airship is kind of on a kilter, and it started to do this. It started to go in this sort of pattern as it's kiltering left.
Back over the ocean, just the way we planned it.
This is true. This is kind of true, actually. It's kind of listing lazily to the left. Everybody, so you do get the ability to jump back. Everyone, please roll for me a dexterity saving throw to see if you're able to stay on your feet.
Ooh, I get
yeah.
advantage because I am I have danger sense as
Nice.
a barbarian.
Danger set.
I got a 17.
Nice.
18.
14.
Awesome.
19.
Everyone is able to stay up on their feet. Or you see all the people that are back there that are stopped by the chasm. They are not. They just tumble to the side. They're all like, oh, like rag dolls, just kind of falling off to the side. Some of them have, a few of them have even fallen to either have like a hand or like part of their body or their leg over this chasm, and you see them writhing in sort of like this, like, whoa, as they're taking psychic damage from touching this chasm that is there. The one T. So Maeve, if you would like, so you see this hit, and you see the one T topple over. This, you're able to like barely stabilize yourself, but you're able to see that the one T is still there, as and is still like somewhat surprisingly active. He's just like shaking off his head, and he's probably, for a lack of a better term, regretting taking off his helmet. Speaking of helmet, I forgot to put this on. There we go. I forgot to put this back on. There.
Perfect.
So
Right here.
Magneto says, so you see him, like, he's probably regretting taking off his helmet because it probably would have helped him here in this moment. And you see him, like, lazily draw his scimitar, and he's, like, trying to, like, which one of you is the one who just punched me?
Was I able to see with a quick glance whether there was a door that led outside from the cockpit?
You're looking at it, you know that the door is there, but you know that the door is technically behind you, like over here, over your left shoulder.
Okay,
that
but
makes
that's
sense.
the door that goes back into the airship. Is there one that leads outside?
No,
Okay.
not that you can see, but no.
Shit. In that case, I will just cast Secret Flame on him.
Nice. Go ahead and roll me some hit DC. Cast some secret
Yeah.
flames.
Ouchie, ouch.
Let's see. I'm using the Foundry thing.
Oh, it's a DC. It's a dexterity saving throw to the
It
target.
is a dexterity saving throw. So, 15 to save.
No.
Nice.
I'm gonna say he's too busy trying to figure out which Caius he has to attack that he does not notice the hole, this fireball coming from a hole in the ground.
So he didn't save, right?
He did not save.
Okay, great. So he's going to take 1d8 radiant damage.
Take 2 because you're level 5.
Oh yeah, it increases to 2d8. How do I roll this? Roll normal. It's a
Nice.
12.
Good roll.
Awesome, awesome.
Thank
So
you.
so he gets hit and radiant damage, but does he would he catch on fire or like
No.
no? He's just getting hit.
It's like
with-
holy. It's holy damage. Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah. So he gets hit, right? And he goes rocking again on top of the controls. Now the whole thing is even kiltered even more, and it's starting to feel like it's lowering.
Oh shit.
As he topples, hits the controls, and then falls basically like half on his chair, half not on his chair. But he's still finding a way to you still see him like grasping.
Would you count that as moving?
What do you mean?
Would you count that as
Booming
he's
blade.
moving?
He was forced to move. Yes, he was forced to move.
He takes an additional 2d8.
Oh shit.
An extra 10 damage.
No, it's
Awesome.
if the creature willingly moves. If the creature
Willingly.
Is it willingly?
moves.
Okay, fair,
Yeah.
fair. My bad. He doesn't take that.
Oh, okay.
Unless...
He was being flailed around.
I mean, like, from the ground, he is now trying to get up. So he is like trying to like grasp the chair, trying to get his balance. But like now the whole thing is kind of like the airship is even more on a kilter. Dexterity saves again from everyone, please. This time with a disadvantage because it's hella
Right.
slanty, hella slanty.
Disadvantage, right?
Yes.
Roll the 6.
14.
12.
Lower one is a 16.
I got
Awesome.
a 14.
Awesome. So anyone who rolled a 15 or under is basically like falling on their asses because like they're falling onto the side of like the walls, if you will, of this or anything that happens to be there of this airship because this thing is like this, and as I said, we can all sort of feel it being now instead of moving sideways, it's now even going down towards the ground. Anybody who rolled higher than that, you managed to just grasp because no one got above a 20, right? No, you just managed to just grasp and stay on your feet. The Wanty pilot does not, and he just keeps. He basically continues to roll, and now is hit the side of the cockpit. He doesn't roll very far because the cockpit is kind of smallish, but yeah, he's now on the side. He's basically like half on panels, half on the glass.
How high up are we?
You don't know. Looking out, although looking out one of the windows, if you choose to look out one of the left windows, since you're leaning that way,
Yeah.
it appears that you were probably around 100 feet in the air, and you seem to be dropping pretty fast. Yeah, pretty quick.
Cool. So we're just gonna like be like basic. I guess I guess I have to get up. We're like crawling back into the cockpit. I mean, like, I don't think I'm needed back there. Can anyone fly this thing?
I can try.
Handles look pretty straightforward.
All right.
Why don't we start
They
with
were
that?
pretty straightforward. You described them
is-
as like handles, right?
Yeah, yeah. Like so, looking at them directly in front of both seats. There's like this U shape. You know, imagine very much like a style of it's a U shape with a stick that goes into the ground. It's like a Y, if you will, right? And that seems to be directly in front of the chair. Anybody running, like, that's the first thing you see, is that amongst a series of like buttons and dials and switches and stuff like that. And there are two chairs.
Okay. I suppose I'll take a seat in one of the chairs and
Excellent.
try and kind of just pull up on it.
Excellent. Looking around, you see again. So you see what I described. You see this Y-shaped thing that goes into the ground, and yes, it seems to sort of angle this way and up and down. But then at your feet, you also feel a couple of pedals, and then there's a couple of dials and switchesy things beside you.
All right. Easy enough. I try and pull up, and I'm gonna, I don't know, make an intelligence check to see if I can kind of intuitively figure out like
Do
which
it.
pedal I should press.
Do it.
I got a 4.
Oh no.
You flail wildly, and you don't seem to be doing much to the controls.
A little help.
We need to find the bomb release button, I shout as I'm trying to like get up.
So from the hole that is that like behind Maeve, right? You hear a small voice, Rembrandt. You want to hit the stabilizers, and then you want to like pull to the left, or no wait, to the right, pull to the right, and then twist the doozles, and then you want to make sure that you're hitting the and you just hear a bunch of like technologically type terminal things being yelled at you from underneath behind Maeve.
You're not. He's awake in mind to speak in the gnome said. You're not making any sense, gnome. Speak simply, or we're all going to die.
Grab the horns of the thing.
Horns grabbed.
Pull to the right.
Right.
Flick the schnoz. Flick the schnoz button.
Of course, the schnoz. Look, the schnoz. Where's the schnoz?
It will be the silver button, and next to the light switch on your left hand side. And you look to the left, and there's like a whole bunch of panels and dials and stuff.
All right, I'm
got it.
just gonna.
You're gonna start
You
flicking.
got
You start flicking.
Two are just gonna start hitting buttons.
You start.
I also
No.
start hitting. I also start hitting buttons.
You start flicking a bunch of things. Windshield wipers kick in, they turn off, right? From the outside, anybody who's watching, the lights flicker on and off, like this is right. But then at one point,
turn.
exactly, click, right? At one point, one of the clicks that you hit, you suddenly hear like a whir in the engine. And, that's it, that's the one. Now, press down on the accelerator on the right. Press the right accelerator and pull back on the left.
Down. Pull back.
No, your feet, you idiot!
Ah, my feet, of course. I'd do that.
Awesome. So in the process, the ship starts to slowly right itself, as you're like leaning and pulling and pushing, and so yeah, it slowly rights itself. Question for you, Rembrandt: the illusion, was that a concentration?
Concentration, 1 minute.
Ah, okay. Well, I think your concentration is kind of broken with all of this mumbo jumbo stuff.
I think so.
As the ship is righting itself, to you were next to the cockpit hitting buttons and everything, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, awesome.
Right.
You know what though? Perception check for everybody to see if you can perceive that you might have some more people.
7. Not
20. Dirty 20.
Dirty 20 for me as well.
Two dirty
Hey.
20s.
I'm too focused. I'm fine.
Awesome. So the two dirty 20s, as you were just like looking at this chaos, suddenly you hear footsteps behind you as turn around and you now see the throng of people coming forward, and in front of them is one of the small children that was on, and they just happen to have the knife now. Don't know how they got it.
Oh,
but
who
now
gave them a knife?
The little one in front has the knife. As they're now slowly walking towards, big
Okay.
smile on their face.
I'm gonna do a complex at turn here.
Oh.
I'm gonna grab Caius. Like, I think will be better used outside. Pull him out the door of the cockpit. Close the door as my free action. I am going to, with a bonus action, grow and expand beyond, like popping the leathers of my armor into a giant spider, and then cast web on the door
Nice.
to seal it, with Caius and I outside.
Very nice. Excellent. Awesome. Cool. So as you do this, there doesn't seem to be any slow in the movement of these people. In fact, they're pretty much on top of you, and the kid is just like with a big smile, just goes, yeah, and tries to swing at the closest thing, which just happens to be Caius, because you pushed Caius and then transformed it. So it goes them, Caius, well, them, the child with the knife, your knife actually, Tuur, and then you, and then the door. So with a 14, does the kid hit you? I'm gonna guess no, but
no,
I didn't think so. Okay,
he does not.
So he
Kid?
he swings for your kneecaps, but misses. And then basically just rights himself and just looks at you and smiles.
Creepy. Okay.
You may do an opportunity attack back before we jump to those in the cockpit if you'd like.
Yeah. So, in this instance, I actually think that Ice is gonna step back, hold his hands open, and 2 Eldritch Blasts flash out of his hands. I'm only doing this because this way I can hit 2 targets, and there's way more targets than individuals.
Fair enough.
Oh. It's a nat 20 for 1.
Jeez.
And a 16 plus 6 is 21. The hit.
16 plus 6 is 22.
I'm going to say the nat 20 is not. Sorry, 22 then. 22. I'm going to say the nat 20 is not the child,
Okay.
but I am going to shoot one of these bolts at the child.
Done and done. Awesome. So Eldritch Blast goes searing through the short distance in front of you. And what do we have? Clearly you hit.
11 damage.
Yeah.
11 damage on the one that is the nat 20, and then 9 damage to the child.
Awesome. So you hit I'm gonna say, because you rolled so high as well, especially with the nat 20, well, for the child, because the child is small, young, I imagine around 6-ish years of age. Getting hit with this blast definitely pushes.
It is force damage. as well, by the way. It's just blasting them,
Of course, of course,
not
of course.
stabbing.
Of course, of course, of course. So they get hit, they get pushed, it gets pushed back as if he got hit by like a huge gust of wind right in the middle of his chest. Goes hitting the people behind, and like pins in a bowling alley, the people behind topple down in front on top of the child. The other person that you blast, they go blasting back, hitting people as they go through, basically splitting a line between like they're and basically splitting the people like and just parting ways, sort of like parting the sea. But everyone kind of gets pushed off to the side and tumbles for a time. They're going to take a while to recoup, but they will recoup. Those who were not directly hit. Back into the cockpit real quick here. We've sort of lost a Rembrandt, but that's okay. Maeve, you said we need to find the switch.
Yes, that releases the bomb. Is the gnome still there? Can I scream at the gnome?
Yes, the gnome is below you. He can't get past you because you're still in the opening. As far as I know, you're still trying to crawl through.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I climb out.
Okay, cool.
And I get into the cockpit.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. He pokes his head up and he's like, "Yes, it's somewhere here." And he's looking.
I grab him and I hoist him out.
Oh, thank you.
Where is it? Quickly!
Yes, well, I mean, it's right there. It's right there. Yes, it's exactly where I left it. I don't know why I was looking everywhere. I'm just in a bit of a panic. And he points to a button that is right dab smack in the middle. It's one of those buttons that's been covered with a cage sort of thing, right? So you don't accidentally hit it. And it's right in the middle of. It's sort of like jerry rig built into the cockpit. Yeah.
Is the cage locked in any way, or can I just open it?
It's closed. Yeah, it's totally closed.
But it's not.
No, you can open it.
Can I just flip
Yeah,
it open?
yeah, you can open it. Yep.
I flip it open and I smash the button.
That's to set it off.
Oh, fuck. That was close.
That's to set the bomb off.
I asked for the bomb release button.
There is no bomb release button.
What? How do we disable the bomb?
We put it somewhere and we just make sure it doesn't blow up where it's supposed to.
How do you... Is there a way to release the cargo hold compartment so we can drop the bomb in the ocean?
I don't know. It's been reinforced because we don't want anything didn't want it to collapse through, and it's also it's the floor of the airship. I mean, it has to be reinforced so that things. I mean, we're lucky.
Perhaps we're going about this the wrong way. Mr. Gnome, are there lifeboats on this ship? No lifeboats.
No.
I don't suppose our dwarvish friend could turn into a giant eagle or something.
They could do that. I don't know.
I wasn't talking to you.
Okay. Sorry. Yes. So, give me 1 second. I will do what I can to disengage this button so that hitting the button will not set off. But I must do that inside the panel. And he just dives right into the, like, it almost looks like he headbutts the control panel for the flight, and it's just like vigorously pushing wires and stuff, and he's busy with things in there. Maeve, you get a sense that there's movement to your left. You turn, and the Wanti is standing, and he's like, and his sword is like broken, right? But he's like, and he lunges at you with his sword.
Booming blade.
Lunges at you.
You. Ooh, it's actually a better roll. That's 12 damage.
Oh my god.
Awesome. So as he lunges forward, suddenly, if I remember correctly, booming blade is basically like it's like he hits a force field and just goes boom, and he just gets like, he hits with force damage. Is the idea?
Yeah. So like when I punched him, I had like this shimmering force around my fist.
Yeah.
And hit him, and it crackled, but it also wreathed around him.
Gotcha.
And then it stayed there, and then as soon as he tries to do this, it goes nope and releases another, like almost like he's been punched again.
Whoo! Okay, so as he lunges forward, there is suddenly a bright flash and a loud boom. Everybody who is in the cockpit gets pushed to the side. So Maeve, like, there's no save to this. You get pushed from just the force of this. Rembrandt, you're in the chair, so you're kind of like, whoa, right? The gnome kind of topples over, and he's like, right? You hear a boom, you hear a smash, and suddenly there's a big giant 1T-sized hole in the window as he gets
Oh shit!
outside the window, and you just hear a Wilhelm as he goes
Oh, no.
as he goes for his own little personal flight. You wanted lifeboats. There goes one. Yes.
Right. Can Tuor hear me if I yell through the door?
Yes.
Stuart is a giant spider right now.
Oh,
Yes. Like
Can
you
Would-
know
Can, but not able to communicate.
you know
except
you
through,
know.
like-
Sorry. My apologies. My apologies. Yeah, you know that you can yell to each other and stuff like that because like throughout all this commotion, you've been able to hear,
can hear. Okay.
Eldritch Blast on that side. Those of you outside the cockpit were able to hear the boom. Caius, you're like, oh, that sounds familiar, right? But then you hear a smash of glass, and you're like, that doesn't sound familiar, right? But yeah, you can. Yeah, so you can definitely yell.
I'm going to. Tuor, is there a way you can transform into some kind of flying monstrosity and transport us off this vessel?
There's no vocal response.
Shit. Nod if it's a yes, and shake your head if it's a no.
The door is closed. I don't know how you can tell.
The door's
but okay.
closed and webbed. I don't know if you can see through it. I'm also.
Fuck. What do we
Yeah.
do?
yeah. Yeah.
Well-
Shit. Well,
My-
now
my-
that the bomb is being disabled, I'm just gonna crawl back towards the bomb because I don't know what else I can do in the cockpit.
I have managed to disengage the switch. So as long as we try not to jostle the bomb a little too much, I'm surprised it hasn't gone off yet. We should be fine, so to speak.
All right. Well, I suppose we just keep on flying.
I dive back into the vent to make my way back into the to the bomb.
Awesome. Yeah. So it has shifted. It has shifted. It because it is now leaning up against the left wall because and when everything was leaning over to the side, it shifted over. So now there's just a lot of space on one side. It used to be right in the middle. Roll a perception check for me, Maeve. I can feel that you're trying to problem solve. You're trying to figure something out.
Perception.
Meanwhile, Caius and Tuur are just like battling these crazy smiling people.
I rolled a 24.
Amazing. So looking around this undercarriage, you notice that the panels on the left side where the bomb had slid over and hit the wall, some of those panels are now cracked open. And so any of the panels that access the undercarriage luggage section are are ajar on the left side where they were hit when the bomb slid over.
And so, does it? Sorry, I'm misunderstanding. Does that lead to like outside or?
It does.
Oh, okay. Looking at this, I am going to start smashing at it. I'm gonna cast Guiding Bolt at the panels.
Cool. Awesome.
Let's see if I can use this. Cast spell. Okay, normal to attack is a 17.
17. Yeah, you hit it.
And damage is normal damage. What? Really? 46 is a 9? I hit it for 9. It's like 2, 1, 2, and 4.
No worries. Yeah. So you hit it, right? You hit one of the panels, right? And you see that it was the final for that particular panel, because it's a set of 2 panels with a reinforced beam in between them, right? In order, so that it's not just all doors on the sides, right? You hit one of the panels, it goes smashing open, and as far as you know, it's just either it's broken off or it's just hanging, but it opens up downwards, towards the ground, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I see like the outside of the airship. through
Correct.
this.
Yeah. You
Do
see
I see water?
You see water. You see a little bit of beach and whatnot, because Rembrandt, like I said, was able to stabilize, and you sort of stopped your U-turn. But and Rembrandt, correct me if I'm wrong, if you wish to change this. But as far as I know, you've just been sort of slowly going straight along the coastline, and so you see a bit of the coastline, but you also see the water. Yeah, and you're
I'm
moving.
gonna-
Yeah, I haven't changed directions yet. No. Yeah.
Am I able to
just
try and
along the
attack
coast.
it? Sorry. Am I able to try and
No, you're
attack
good.
it again?
You can attack the other one. Right?
Okay,
'Cause
I'm gonna attack the other one.
Because basically it's two set of doors that do this, that open up like this, right? And have like a set of stairs so that the luggage carriers can they open them up. They're open. They're flat on the ground, if the airship's on the ground, and then the people are able to like climb up, put the luggage in, and then climb back down. You basically opened up one of them on one side, and there's a beam in the middle,
Oh, I see.
and then there's another one on the other side, and this thing has sort of like been like is like right up against the beam in between the two, but the way it hit, it broke one of them, and that's the one that you smashed open using your bolt.
Okay, I'm gonna guiding bolt the other one.
Guiding bolt the other one. Do it.
Come on. Attack. 20, dirty 20. Damage is a fucking 7. Why?
So
Are you sure you're rolling 4d6s?
Look at Forge. It's 46. It's 3.
3, 1, 2.
Hell.
oh my goodness.
What the hell?
So clear. I mean, you hit it. You hit it, no problem. One of the corners goes, poof, right, and it just like it gets pushed out. But like as the gnome said, this is the bottom of the airship, right? It has to be able to withstand forces in case it comes down, right?
Yeah.
And be able to. So it's you're either you're hitting it clearly, but this is like a little bit reinforced. You're just not hitting it just in the right spot to just slam the thing open.
Shit, I need help, guys. I scream into the device. I'm trying to drop this bomb out the airship.
I can't help. I'm flying the airship.
I can keep flying, and just suddenly just disappears, and Maeve, you just hear the little pitter patter of like, right? Yes. Oh, I see what you're doing. Oh, okay. You person flying thing that looks very scary and snake-like. Because I presume you still have your Wanty look on your face.
Oh yeah, that's right. I'm still him. Yeah.
I think I know what this one is planning. Guide us towards the water, into the water. The water. If we can set this off in the ocean, the force of the blast will be contained by the water, and all we really will be doing is destroying some very old and very natural habitat of some very beautiful fish. But
All right,
but
fuck the
nonetheless,
dolphins. Let's do it.
and
And
Maeve,
I steer.
you see him dip down, and you just hear some clicking, some clanging, some whirling, and some grunts, right? And next thing you know, he pops up, and he's like, hit it again, hit it again, hit it right here, and he's pointing at in the middle where you can now see there's like a clasp, there's like some sort of like locking clasp mechanism. And he's like, if you hit it right there, it should go.
Shit, I don't have any more guiding bolts, but I will cast Sacred Flame on it.
Why not?
It can't save
Nope.
against the 15 dex.
Then I guess it just hits.
It just hits.
Yeah, it just hits.
10 damage.
Amazing, yeah. So as you hit, and is this flame or force damage? I can't remember.
It's radiant damage.
Radiant.
The radiant. Okay, so as you hit it with light, it's almost as if the whatever it's made of is sort of like melting away, and suddenly it just clink, and it just disappears, and all of a sudden there's a lot more gust of wind as like the sea air is like rushing in, and you can see now that like, okay, you've got this I-beam in the middle, and you've got this like queen size bed thing shape that's like slid up right up against it, right? So like, if I may, queen size I-beam, and it did this right up against it, right? It's slightly on an angle, like so, right? But you did notice that the Wanti were able to put this thing in here, right? So clearly, like, you looking on the other side, it's built the same way. So clearly they were able to slide it in. Like, clearly it's wide enough that it could slide into the opening. So now all you gotta do is just figure out how you can sort of like jam it in there, or, I mean, the other option is you can try and break down the beam, which is a reinforced beam.
I will slide down to where the beam is. And I'm going to put my body against the bomb and then use my legs to push on the beam. Does that make sense?
The beam in the middle, or the
The beam that's like blocking the bomb from sliding off, I guess.
Gotcha. It's like
It's
right,
leaning against it, right?
it's like right up against it. Like it's flat
Yeah.
right up against it.
Oh,
so-
is there like a protrusion? Oh,
So if it's flat, and this is the beam, it's done this clunk.
is there a way for me to be? Oh, I can't physically touch this because I'm not in the same room. I was trying to am I able to like be on top of the bomb or something and just like try and push at the beam with my leg?
There
With
is space if you want to get on top of the bomb. Yes, there is space if you want to get on top of the bomb and you want to try and push the beam.
I'm getting on top of the bomb and I'm gonna just start pushing the beam with all my strength with my legs.
Good. Right, you do so, and like things barely budge. This thing is really heavy. I mean, it took like 8 1T and like a handful of magic users to help hold it up, right? And plus, as I mentioned, this beam is a reinforced beam. It's like it's right dab smack in the middle, or 1/3, if you will, of this 1/3 of this airship, and so it's one of the structural skeletal structures, if you will, right? It's designed to keep its shape, right? Only under extreme conditions is it going to buckle, and you pushing with your legs is not really going to do
It's not an extreme condition.
No.
So can the bomb not fit outside of the hole? Is that the problem?
It can if it was this way, but right now
I
it's
have to
this way.
pivot.
We have to pivot.
I have to pivot, but I'm not strong enough to push on the bomb.
Can I try turning the airship to jostle the bomb a bit?
You can, yeah. You.
I'm gonna do that.
Yeah, go ahead, go ahead. Go ahead and roll for me. Go ahead for roll for me. I'm gonna go ahead and say wisdom, because you've been you've sort of got like, it's like your first time behind the wheel of a car, right? You're like you're scared, and like you know that you don't really have control, but like you start getting confident. You're like, yeah, I know what I'm doing. Yeah, this
Right.
stuff is easy, right?
I'm
Am
gonna
I
make
able
this
to
roll,
like
and then I.
help by being on the right side to like push while he's jostling?
Yeah, there's clearly one corner, the one corner that slid and banged one of those panel doors open, the first one that you were able to smash. It's a little kilter, so that one corner is starting to poke out that doorway, that panel door, that entranceway. So
Right.
if you
I'm-
go
I'm-
if you go to the other side, so if you go to the front side and do the same thing you were doing, where you were like legs and trying to shove, you can try to do that.
I'm gonna go and do that.
That make sense?
Yes.
Because I presume that's
Okay.
what you're trying to
Yeah.
picture or describe. Yeah. Cool.
Yeah.
Rembrandt, how did you roll?
I'm about to roll, and then
Okay.
this will be my last roll. Then I have to head out. So feel free to maintain
Yes.
my character.
Yes, I
however
know
you see fit.
we're so close to the end. I hope everyone's okay. We're so close.
It's good. It's good. I'm just personally out of time. 17.
17, awesome. Yeah, so you're like, okay, when I did this, and I had to do this to write it, and so you basically do the opposite of what the gnome had told you to do, and suddenly the whole ship just starts to creak this way again and starts to list towards the left. You're feeling this, Maeve, and you're doing everything you can to like hold on as you're like trying to shove and push and push and push. It like you're trying, but this thing is bloody freaking heavy. It feels like you might need a little more help. Meanwhile, the boys that are fighting off the people, by this point, like especially now with the whole thing kind of creeping over, you're sort of overhearing what is happening, right?
Yeah. We've
the-
been hearing on the communicator like Maeve calling for help.
Yeah.
Didn't you say that at a certain
Yeah,
point?
I
Yeah.
did call for help.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. There's the hatch on our side of the cockpit door that we
Yep.
could get through.
Yep,
right?
it's just at your
Okay.
feet.
I'm gonna look at the giant spider. You got this? All right. And then I jump down through the hatch, and I'm gonna run over to Maeve, and yeah, I'm just gonna try and help her with this, because I don't really have anything that I can do other than just like physically trying to push it as hard as possible as well. Yeah, but I'm gonna like just try and make a strength check,
Awesome.
I guess, and like try and help this direction of it.
And
Or
I
could this?
I was gonna say, oh,
Did I
want
say
to
that I do a flip and use an acrobatics check instead of a strength check?
do a flip. What,
Yeah,
what-
because my acrobatics is
Oh
way
my
higher than my,
God.
my athletics.
you can flip is, I don't understand the flip thing. But you can
It builds momentum.
right. Okay, sure you can. Okay. If you
Okay.
want.
So if it's an acrobatics check, because this is, I understand that this is silly bullshit. If it's an acrobatics check, it's a 24. But if it's a an athletics check, it's a 19.
Okay. Awesome.
Still very good.
So yeah, both very good. Both very good. You really want to do an athletics check. You really think adding the momentum will help you to just hit it. And you do, you hit it, but it does budge, but you bounce off of it more than it budges, if you know what I mean, right?
What are you doing?
Right? At this point, the gnome pops up and is like, wait. If we use this, and he goes diving behind some things and comes out holding a metal rod. If we use this on this end, and I mean, if you
got it.
if no, this is for her. If and me, we will attempt on this side to leverage. This is very ill advised, but I recommend that you hit it really hard. Perhaps you I saw you had some sort of like
Yep.
blast of it, but do and he runs over and he pulls out like a little chalk and he goes, hit it here, and he draws a little tiny X and goes, hit it here. Don't hit here, and he draws a little circle. Here, a little circle, and it's just like there's an X with like just the smallest of X, probably about like the size of like a loony. Hit it here, anywhere else, and you will cause catastrophic failure. And I don't think I need to explain what happens then. And then runs over. And okay, ready? We are forcing. Go!
Do we have to roll any checks, or are we just straight up doing that?
We can straight up roll up like strength. See if we can roll up some strength.
Ugh. How is Maeve's strength? Oh! 19!
Yes.
Hey,
Awesome.
Jack Tiefling over there.
Ugh.
I rolled a 19,
Mm-hmm.
so it's a 26 to hit on the attack.
Amazing.
Ooh.
Awesome. So you hit the spot exactly. And how much damage does it do?
Does it? I don't suppose I can sneak attack a bomb, huh?
I mean, it has.
Are we flanking it?
I mean, it has. I mean, it doesn't
I think
have. It
sneak
doesn't
attack
have an
has to
awareness.
do with like finesse weapons. I think is that.
This Kestis is a finesse weapon.
Oh snap!
There you go.
Yeah.
You know what? Fuck it. Do it.
All right. Sweet. Ooh. Okay. So we got 21 damage.
Amazing. So as you hit, and with the gnome and Maeve, like heaving on this pivot point, with this metal rod, you hit, and everyone feels like a, and it just moves like a couple of feet, and Maeve and the gnome basically like fall over because like at this like it on their side it had moved over so much that like their rod is no longer like anchored, right? And luckily they fall in a safe area that they're not gonna like slide out themselves, and for a moment it doesn't seem like it's doing anything. It looks like it feels like it moved about a couple of feet and then it's not really going anywhere. And then all of a sudden, you just slowly hear like a... as metal is grinding up against metal, and it's slowly sliding down the hole that... it's slowly sliding down one of the opened hatchway panels. The gnome is like, oh, yes, good, now we have to... oh, 1 second, and he goes diving behind some boxes, and just things go flying, and he comes out, and he's like, here, when I say throw this, and he hands you this orb device, and he goes, when I say so, throw this at it, and you're holding on to this like, and it feels like the size of it is the size of a small 10, or is it 10 pin? No, yes, 10 pin bowling ball, right? About yay big, right? And it's kind of heavy, but it's like it feels jelly. right? There's obviously like there's jelly interior, and then there's like a leather waxy exterior. Yeah. All right.
Okay.
Right. And then he goes over and he's like, "Goo," and he's like trying to push. It's not really doing anything, but he's trying to push this thing as it's slowly going out, and he loses his balance but manages to flop on the ground and catch himself just as this thing slowly picks up speed and slips out of the the hatchway. He turns around, whips out something from inside his sleeve, flicks, and suddenly there's a flame, and he puts it up to this ball thing, and suddenly you realize that this thing is catching on fire, and he goes, "Now!"
Ah!
Awesome. I was gonna say roll for me. Yeah, you don't roll. Let's see how well you throw this device. This ball.
Is this like a ranged, like a ranged dexterity weapon attack, or
Yeah, roll your athletics, because like your is that athletics or? Yeah. No, not sorry, not athletics. Sorry, not athletics. What's the word I'm looking for? It's a dex one. That's what I'm thinking of. Yeah, roll like a dex saving throw.
Okay.
To see how well you're
Saving.
to see how well you're able to like sort of finesse throw this little globule bomb thing that he gave you.
17 plus 7 if it's a dexterity saving.
Yeah.
throw. Just
Amazing.
dexterity would be plus 3.
Amazing. So you hit this now on fire orb that he gave you, right? Hits the bomb and sticks. It just kind of goes, right? And the fire starts to expand on this new shape that is created, and then suddenly, after it's falling down towards the water, and suddenly the ball that you had thrown, it itself has this little eruption, explosion, and all of a sudden flames go flying outwards, and are falling and landing on, falling out into the sky, but also sort of landing a little bit onto this onto the bomb as it's falling towards the ocean, the water. At this point, the gnome is yelling to Rembrandt, "Right the course!" And Rembrandt is like, "Okay," and the whole thing just slowly, right? And for a time, for those of you who are in the undercarriage, everything just seems like, like chaos is. Like, you can still hear, like, it's the up top Tuor is like easily handling. These are not fighters. So Tuor is just like at this point, like if he's got webs, he's probably figured out, I could just push you up against the wall and web you and we're good, right? Like, it's, I presume that is the course of action for spiders.
I don't think Tuor's trying to be non-lethal. Let's put it that way.
All right, no worries. All right, cool. So Tuor is not.
It's kind of like stab, oh, web, stab, bite, web.
Amazing. You hear the commotion up above where Tuor is, and it's dying down. Like, you don't really hear that much anymore. You mostly hear like the tick 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 of like 8 legs, kind of tick 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 tick, right? And every now and then you're tick tick tick. You don't hear like another tick where there should have been a tick. All of a sudden you hear go, and then tick 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 tick, right? You hear a loud splash as obviously the bomb has hit the water. Are you just? Does anyone want to look over, or are you happy just sort of?
I think
being
Tuor, like, as the giant spider throws one of these like frozen smiling faces off the edge of the airship, just because full climb with the spider, just like fully like on leaning over onto the side of the airship, looking down at this
Nice.
splash.
Yeah, nice. So big splash, and anybody who's looking out over into the window, it is just sinking. But the fire, the flames that were put on, that were from this orb, are still burning, even though they're in the water. As this thing is slowly dropping. The gnome is like, I recommend we pick up speed, and Rembrandt is like, where how do I do this? You need to. Never mind, I'm coming. And he just scooters off, and suddenly the roar of the engine picks up, and the airship starts to move faster as it's moving away. About 20 minutes goes by, and suddenly there's just a loud boom. It is loud. It is cacophonous. It is extremely. It is even deafening. Even though you've been steadily moving away from this thing, and this has been sinking in the ocean, it just reached a certain point where it just went boom in the water. And sure enough, as the gnome hypothesized, the pressure of the water was able to contain the explosion, but an explosion did happen with a lot of chaotic energy under the water. What that will cause to the life in the water, no one exactly is sure at this time. But yes, you can't see this chat, but both Neil and Koi both basically shared the same GIF in our group chat here of a large A-bomb exploding in water, and it's just repeating itself over and over and over again. Essentially that. It starts to rain, even though it's still sunny outside. Clearly, huge explosion, lots of water gets displaced upwards, and then it's just basically just the water coming down. Anybody who is magically inclined, please roll for me please roll for me, 1 second here, just checking those are all knowledge things. Constitution. A constitution check. All those who are magically inclined, all those who have the ability to do magic. How do we do?
I rolled a natural 1, but it gives me a 4.
Okay.
17 for me.
Cool. I'll roll for Rembrandt. Okay, he rolled pretty good. 16 for Rembrandt. And Tuur, how did you roll?
Oh, wait a minute. I rolled the wrong thing.
That's good.
Because I'm not using my own constitution. I am using the spider's constitution.
Oh.
So that is
Good.
a 13.
Cool. So, everybody except for Rembrandt and Caius, although the
mighty god Vikavar calls for a reroll on
snap.
Maeve's one.
There you go,
Oh,
Maeve. Yes,
Hey.
the gods
All
deem
right,
it
roll
so.
again.
Nice.
Thanks, Vikavar.
Yes.
Here we go.
The gods have spoken.
7.
That's better. It's the end of session, Vikavar. Do you want to do it with advantage?
Oh, with advantage?
I will allow it.
Okay, I'm gonna roll again. Watch it be
Let me roll
worse.
with advantage.
Here we go. I rolled another 7.
That's okay. That's all right.
And the gods have spoken.
Koi is proof. You can see my rolls.
Okay, so.
I'm so sorry I wasted all of this.
That's all right. That's okay. It's okay. So, let's work our way up and work our way down. So this bomb was basically a containment that was basically controlling chaotic energy, chaotic magic energy, and it was so much of it, and that's what all the gnome technology that was around it was basically doing, was just integrated with other magical properties to be able to control the chaotic energy so that it would stay contained within the middle and just keep cycling, essentially building energy and building on its own mass, if you will. And then at one point the bomb was just going to just be like, you just basically, the button was basically just to stop that and then just let chaos just right, essentially causing huge explosion. And of course it's magical, so a lot of magical type of like chaotic things just going out, right? Rewriting the world around it, that sort of thing, right? Magically rewriting the world around it. So for all of those who are magically inclined, when the bomb goes boom, those of you who rolled above the 15, so Caius and Rembrandt, you are feeling like really queasy. Like it's just like all of a sudden it feels like your stomach is in knots. You're just like, oh god, like you're just being hit with a wave of just nausea, essentially. Those who rolled closer to 10, your magic is going on the fritz a little bit, right? You're having a hard time controlling certain magical things that you can do. And like, so for example, to you're having a hard time keeping part of your body in the shape of a spider, right? Like it's like it's the queasiness, and it's giving you headaches and everything, and you're just basically doing everything you can to just try to keep your body in that shape, right? Without anything else kind of just, you know what I mean? It just feels like magic just wants to like erupt out of you, sort of thing, right? Maeve, you're feeling this as well, but it's much harder for you because you're closer to 5 and 1. If you would have stayed at 1, I would have been like, wild magic starts happening, popping up around you. But luckily you did not. We re-rolled you, so you did not have wild magic popping around you. But to further this, what is your spell save DC, or your spell DC? Oh, you're muted.
Oops, my spell DC is 15.
15, awesome. Can you roll and try to roll a 15 or higher?
Sure. I'm just rolling like a 20-sided die.
Exactly. You're just rolling a 20-sided die, and we're seeing. Let's see
if I know how to do this. I'm not doing well. I rolled a 10.
All right, no worries. So, queasiness, you're having a hard time, and you are unable to fully control your magic, and you start casting magic uncontrollably. You just cannot seem to stop yourself. Like, it's just really weird, and Tuur, almost like out of a horror movie, the people who you were just fighting and just, you know, did your best to like detain and control them, start to like, you know, start to heal. So things like this just like, right, and they start to like start to heal, and they start to like wake up, and they're like, what happened? Where are we? And you're hearing a lot of really confusion as about let's see here, about 9 people wake up from this, whether they are fully healed, or some of them wake up and they're in atrocious pain because they, I don't know, you took off an arm or something, and that part didn't heal, right? But it's really just some people are waking up, some people are waking up and they're still smiling, so, and they're clearly still in the thrall or trance or whatever it was that was done to them,
They're getting webbed.
back in Lambara. But that is what's happening as Maeve is just uncontrollably just spouting magic, is just erupting from her, as she is basically healing and bringing people back to life and that sort of thing, from where she is in the undercarriage of the airship.
Crazy.
Yeah. And so it is now 20 after 11. Is much later than we originally planned, but like it was just so close, and it was just so close, and I just really wanted you guys to just get there. I
Yeah.
really wanted I didn't want
Yeah.
I didn't want to potentially force anybody to come back next week for a potential fifth to finish it off, and so yeah, so I will end with this little is it epilogue at the end, if
Epilogue.
you will? Yeah, epilogue. So Rembrandt, along with the help of your little gnomish friend, whom you learned their name. Their name is Cogsworth. They managed to fly the ship back to a nearby coalition town. You are, of course, arrested and that sort of thing, because you arrived on a very strange ship. It is almost damaged. There was no way of being able to communicate with you when you arrived, and so it was very suspicious. Some people were still in thralls, and some people were injured, and you were not, and so there was a lot of questions to be asked. But spending a day in the local constabulatory's prison, you are someone suddenly approaches your cell. You are all in the cell together. Someone approaches your cell, and you all recognize this Loxodon, who walks up and is like, "Yeah, they're with me. I'll take care of them. Thank you, officer. Knight. Come with me, you four," and leads you off. You are brought back to another airship. You are brought back home to Forge City, and you are debriefed with Fritz at the Ascended Vale. And that is the end of episode 1, the first adventure. Woo!
We did it!
The first adventure!
Oh,
And it was successful. Rock on.
That was so
yeah, no one
intense.
died. None of the party died.
No.
And I tried.
I will.
I really tried to kill myself.
Sounds like
with the
some of
problem.
us did try to help that as well at times.
Great job, Eric. Incredible.
Thank you, thank you.
Getting it under the wire in 4.
I know. I was just like, it has to happen. It has to happen.
Yeah, done.
But also, there was
That was amazing.
the helmet. Maybe it was the helmet. Maybe it was Magneto speaking through me. I couldn't just give it to you. Magneto was speaking through me, going, "Don't just give it to them. Make them work for their freedom." So
I think I would like to add that when after being rescued out of the jail, as the Loxodon is taking us to this other airship, that Tuor's well, I hope you can look after my armor, because I expect you'll be wanting me back. And then the armor just collapses onto the ground empty, and a small spider just scurries away.
Amazing. Then to that, I will say that a week later, there is a knock at the door, wherever you're staying, and when you open the door, there's a bundle, and in the bundle is your armor. It has been repaired, and you also notice that there have been some slight modifications. What those modifications are, you'll have to play around and find out, but we'll see. Yeah.
Find out next week on You Are Legion!
What? Actually, on that note, because this is the first episode. Yes, this is episode 1, part 4. Just so chat knows, I mentioned this before, and I'll mention it again, and I'll remind people time and time again. This is a series of campaigns, a series of mini campaigns, where we will see a fun, rotating assortment of adventurers and players to play them. Great people that I love to play D&D with, or I want to play more D&D with, or I want to play D&D. They're people that I know, and I'm like, I know you're awesome. I want you in my campaigns, and so I'm a kid at a candy store. I get to go. I want to play with this. I want to play with this one. I want to play with this one. I want to play with this one. Right? And so yes, the Ascended Veil will be back. Agents of the Ascended Veil will be back. Who will be back? We don't know, because a new adventure, new heroes, potentially some returning ones, potentially some familiar faces, but next week will be a downtime week. I'll see what I can figure out. Maybe I'll stream something like a preloaded something, or maybe I'll do like a history of the world as I see it at this time, right? Which might be kind of fun for everyone. I do eventually would like to do one of those on one of our downtime weeks, but 2 weeks from now. So starting on, let me just pull up my calendar here real quick. Starting on the 13th of November, we will have a new episode 2, with 4 new adventurers, and which will go on for 4, potentially 5, depending on how they're doing, and then more fun after that. So, with that being said, thank you everyone. Thank you to Annie. Thank you to Coy. Thank you to Neil. Thank you to Chase, who had to leave early. Had to leave at our usual time that we were supposed to be done at, because he's busy. Thank you so much for jumping in with me on this inaugural adventure, and thank you to chat, all of you who came out to have fun and participate. And there will be more. We will return. And so, before I go, one final thing. I know, it's like, Eric, stop talking, but I have to do this.
Like Return of the King. This is like
I know.
the amount of endings of Tolkien.
More at this point. But this one's a good one. This one's an amazing announcement before I go. This Monday, November 4th, we return to You Are Legion on Mondays at 7:30, if I recall. Yeah, 7:30. Yeah, Eastern time, with a new guest, who will be. Shall we give the guest's name?
Yeah.
We'll keep it secret.
Yeah.
Who they will be.
We don't know
but
who they're playing.
exactly. We don't know who they're
yet.
playing. But a good friend of mine, a good friend of a few of us here on this particular adventure today. His name is Kevin Robinson. You can check out his Twitch stream if you'd like. He does a lot of Twitch streaming as Kevin the Fight Guy. But he'll be joining Claire and Keen and Sam and Sean as they continue to try and save the world, while babysitting a giant mechanical, a large mechanical construct that is housing all of the gods. Yeah. Anyways, so on that note, thank you again, everyone. This has been episode 1 of Behind the Veil on You Are Legion. Keep those dice rolling. We'll see you Monday, or we'll see you in 2 weeks.
You try to bring me down, but I keep rising. You aren't ready for this fight. I know I will burn your dreams to ashes. I fought my way up from the bottom before. I'm not afraid to climb again. I rise every time. You try to bring me down, but I keep rising. You aren't ready for this fight. I know I will burn your dreams to ashes like a phoenix. Oh, I will I love the way you look at me. When I'm with you, the world fades away. When you smile at me, I just can't breathe anymore. Feel like I'm falling into your bliss. Your love, it sets me free. Dancing in a crowd.